Good morning. Let's try that again. Take two. Good morning from Los Angeles, California. It's a little early here, 7:30. We welcome everybody from all over the country. We know we've got a lot of East Coasters, Midwesterners, and we have people from all over the world. Welcome our African brothers and sisters. Welcome to the UK. So we are excited to get it going this year. My name is Rio Cyrus, and I'm the co-chair and head of programming for AfroAnimation. Welcome to year two, or 2.0, as we like to say. Last year was our first virtual summit, and we were blessed with so many people, panels, and sponsors that made it a major success. We had over 2,000 attendees last year, and it was truly a year of discovery, introduction, and connection. This year, we are really leveling up. We are welcoming major Hollywood studios as sponsors and studios from Canada, and they're pulling out all the stops. We have so much programming and so much to introduce you to this year, but we'll get to that in a little bit. We have a lot to talk about this year. We're going to welcome a lot more women this year. Yay. And we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about new things like NFTs and the metaverse, although I hear there's more than one metaverse. So we'll talk about that as well. But before we get into all the details, I would like at this point to introduce the man who made it possible, our co-chair and founder, Keith White.
Thank you, Rio. Again, hi, my name is Keith White, founder and co-chair of AfroAnimation. We are very excited this year. We have shattered almost every record from the previous year. And so we'll talk about those stats, and we're very excited. Enjoy yourself and take advantage of every opportunity. There's so many different activations and opportunities in programming and panels and workshops and screenings that you're going to have a really great time. Thank you, Rio.
No worries. And I'll be your guide. Before we kick off the first panel, we'll talk about everything that's going on. But Keith, before we get into all the programming, we have nearly double the amount of attendees so far that have registered for AfroAnimation 2.0. Number one, remind us again, why AfroAnimation? How did this come to be? And then tell us why you think it's resonating so much again this year.
Well, post George Floyd, many American corporations said that they wanted to be part of the positive change that was taking place in America around diversity, inclusion, and equity. And so we were working on a video platform, and we were creating a product that was really more or less a Me Too. It wasn't different from anything else that was on the market. But what we did recognize is that we had to find a pain point. We had to find a problem. And so we were not specifically addressing any particular problem for any particular creator community. But what started happening during the pandemic was I started coming across on Instagram a lot of great illustration work, a lot of great comic work. In my 20 plus year, I really had no reason to pay attention to the animation industry. I just always thought it was a kid's medium. But boy, when I saw the work on Instagram, I was just really blown away, not just North American creators, but from Africa, from Brazil, from the Caribbean. And so everyone was doing a virtual conference during the pandemic. And we thought, well, at least I thought that maybe, well, let's step back. What I did was I checked first on Google to see if anyone had put together a conference for this particular vertical, and nothing came back. So I said, maybe this is it. And so we started reaching out to a couple of studios to say, hey, if we put something like this AfroAnimation conference together, would you support it? And Disney immediately said yes. Marvel said yes. Warner Brothers and Sony said yes. So, that was kind of us pre-marketing. Mm-hmm. And then once we realized that no one was servicing this particular community, of course, I reached out to you as you were coming out of Quibi. Yeah. So you
R.I.P. Quibi. So.
And you joined me, and then we put together an amazing team of talented people to help us pull it off last year in a little less than 3 months. Yeah. And that was a huge success. I mean, as you like to say, we walked away with an embarrassment of riches. And, yes. And so that was really the origin, was really focusing in on a community that had a pain point. We didn't know that there was this huge disconnect between the movie industry, the animation movie industry, in specifically Black creator community. And so what we wanted to do was build a bridge or represent a bridge that would bring these two communities together. If we're talking about diversity, we certainly do believe strongly that that requires a partnership on both sides. And so we were happy to build that bridge, which we did in 2021, and now we're back in 2022. So that was really the origins of how all of this got started. And then what we looked at was the data from last year, like what can we improve upon? And so 2022 represents a wider spectrum of capabilities and functionalities and opportunities that we didn't have in 2021.
Awesome. And honestly, I can't believe that we are here. It's already been a year. And I do want to give a quick shout out to some of the folks who made it possible last year. So we welcome back folks like Victor Dandridge, who's going to be doing double duty this year as a moderator. We welcome back Adrian Bob, or I like to call him adrianbob.com. Sean Martinborough is joining us again this year for our film festival, and he's going to be blessing us with being one of the judges. We are welcoming back Moranique Dosu from DreamWorks Animation, Carl Reed from Lion Forge Entertainment, Shabrea Cleaver, who I believe some good things have happened with her, so we'll hear about her producer pathway for the last year. And Jay Francis, who's an industry vet with TV animation. You know, he's not on a panel this year, but he was so instrumental in introducing us to the folks at Disney Television Animation. So we're going to meet the folks from the Proud family this year, and we just have so much programming. So again, we'll get into all of that later, but if we had an embarrassment of riches last year, it's ridiculous this year. So we're going to talk about all the things that folks can do at this summit this year. But again, before we continue, I'd like to just ask you, Keith, what are you most excited about? Because I could list the amount of sponsors and the amount of things that are happening with them this year. So tell us what you are most excited about.
Oh, the recruiting, big feature of 2022. We reached out to almost every big animation Hollywood studio and some in Canada, and they all stepped up. I believe they have a real commitment in 2022 to change the narrative with respect to diversity, and they put their money where their mouth is. This is the reason why this is be free, sponsor driven, attend to participate, take advantage to out of it. Definitely, we had a submission on the website, 300 resumes that are over title that came from those important staff wanted to improve last and our attendance last year was a third with regard. In this, happy to say that with 49%. So we're really about that statistic, 17% over 2021. So film that's taken that, quite frankly, almost 5 from countries, down to major films from independent creators to go into. You can only vote for the award. The first place winner tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a $5,000 check. So we're happy about being able to offer that this year. Another thing that you'll expect to find or you'll see will be all screening room. Every Hollywood studio in Hollywood in Canada has submitted or is sharing a trailer of anticipated blockbuster releases that are coming in 2022. So check out that screening room. And there is active recruiting that's taking place with over the 2 days. So certainly check out the booth that from the studio. So 200 people registered so far versus 19 last year. So really real. We have an embarrassing picture.
So, Keith, we lost you a little bit in and out there. So I think I know what you were saying for most of it. I'm just going to repeat some of the stats. We have over 4,200 attendees this year, more than double last year. I think you were talking about the increase in female attendees. So, yay! Last year we were about a third of the attendees, and this year we're coming up on more than half. So we have amazing programming for the women in the audience this year. You talked about the film festival where we had almost 500 submissions over 80 countries. So amazing new things happening with AfroAnimation. So again, made possible by our amazing sponsors. And last year we had about 2 or 3 sponsors, and they came in sort of throughout the few months, and they were amazing. And this year when we went to the studios, a funny thing happened. We had 1 year under our belt. They didn't really know who we were. And guess what they all said immediately? They all said yes. And that's a real just a real compliment to the things that have happened last year with AfroAnimation, but also a real compliment to our studio sponsors, like the 5 family animation studios of Disney, with the Disney Television Animation, Lucasfilm, and Industrial Light and Magic, Marvel Animation, Pixar Animation, and Disney Feature Animation. I mean, they came up in a big way, and they've got amazing programming for us this year. Again, we're going to meet the folks behind the Proud Family, which I can't even believe that their executive producer and executive producer and creator, Bruce Smith, he's going to be with us today in the workshops. Warner Brothers, just again, last year they provided some speakers, but this year they really stepped up again. We're going to have a special spotlight on the creators and the cast behind Craig of the Creek on Cartoon Network. And so that's going to sort of help kick off this morning as we talk about developing original animation series and movies. And then, of course, we welcome back Toon Boom. We welcome back Cinesight. We welcome back DreamWorks Animation, who, again, really has provided a lot of opportunities for us and a lot of speakers. And so we'll hear from the women of DreamWorks Animation on one of our Women in Animation panels. We hear from, some women from Pixar, from Marvel. So again, from a programming standpoint, we just have amazing things going on. Sony Pictures Animation, welcome to their first year of supporting AfroAnimation. I know I'm going to forget 1 or 2 in the morning, but we're going to be thanking our sponsors all throughout the day. Nickelodeon, again, from the Paramount family of studios, amazing opportunities for us to get to know those people. And, last year, a lot of our attendees said, we want to know how we can get in the door. We want to know, is there a non-traditional path to get into studios? Well, Lucasfilm took that note, maybe not from us, but they actually have a new website and they have a new program, and they'll talk to us about literally getting in the door at Lucasfilm. The other folks, we're just going to be talking to some new folks, some new friends about NFTs in the metaverse. Again, I just found out that there's more than one metaverse. So I think that's going to be something new and exciting for us. And then finally, when we talk about the film festival, we want your vote. So for all 4,000 folks that are in attendance, please check out some of the booths. And we have an AfroAnimation booth where you can see the 15 or 16 finalists from over 500 or almost 500 submissions. And we want your vote, because your vote is going to count for probably 30 to 40% of who wins the actual film festival. So we're going to give out a check for $5,000 tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to meet the top 6 finalists, and then we're going to award the top 3. Not only the number 1 winner will get a check for $5,000 and a beautiful trophy, but the second and third runner-up will also get some amazing, very, very competitive and very expensive licenses for advancing their animation businesses and their animation projects. Let's see if Keith is coming back in with a little bit better Wi-Fi. As we're waiting on Keith, we'll continue to talk about a little bit of housekeeping. So if you're watching me now, you're watching me on the main stage. And the main stage is where most of the panels will happen. To the left of your screen, you're going to see a couple of other things. You're going to see the expo. You're going to see networking. You're going to see sessions. So at 4 o'clock today, we're going to have 4 sessions happening at the same time. And we're going to be, we're going to be ushering in some new friends and during those sessions. And so once the programming is off the main stage, you will go to the sessions where you can meet the folks behind the Proud family at 4 p.m. Eastern tonight. You can meet the folks from Sony ImageWorks, where they're going to offer you diverse perspectives on working for Sony ImageWorks. We're going to meet our new friends from Latinx and animation, and they're going to have an amazing panel to talk about what it's like to be a freelance artist in an international animation business. And then finally, we welcome back our friends from the Animation Lounge, where they're going to bring you an introduction into the 2D pipeline and show you a little bit of the tools that are available to animators and illustrators, etc. Also to the left, you will see the expo. So the expo is where you will find all of the booths from all of our sponsors, and you'll go in and you'll see their programming. You'll go in and you'll see, what they're doing. That's also where you will be networking, and they'll be holding some meetings for recruiting. Keith also mentioned that we have over 100 jobs from all of our sponsors that are available, and so we're already matchmaking folks who have registered and submitted their resume. And so we're going to have a bunch of meetings within that are set up within the program. So there's a ton to do. We welcome you to stay on the main stage with us as we kick off the day in about 15 minutes, where we're going to talk to some folks about developing original animation series and movies. And then we will also be extending that particular panel for a nice spotlight for our friends with Craig of the Creek with Cartoon Network. And then after that, on the main stage, there will be what we like to call the Disney edition of Getting a Job in Animation. So we welcome recruiters from all 5 of the Disney animation studios, and they will talk about what they're looking for, what it takes to get into Disney. And then, of course, we have another panel that we had last year, affectionately called Drawing Ourselves, Being Black in Animation, where we have some real major heavyweight talent that will talk to you about what it's like, what their journey has been to get into animation and to achieve the things that they have achieved so far. And then we're going to have an hour for recruiting and networking. And so I know that networking has already begun. I've looked at some of the chat messages. And then finally, we're going to end the day before we go into the sessions with the Proud Family and Sony ImageWorks and Latinx and Animation Lounge. We're going to end the day with the panel on the metaverse or the multi-metaverses and NFTs. And please stick around for that. Those folks, we just can't contain their excitement for bringing you some new things and new opportunities for creators of all colors. And so we're excited. We're about to kick off year 2. So without further ado, if we're bringing back Keith, I'm going to give about 30 seconds to see if he can come back and kick us off. There he is.
Real?
Yeah, we're here. Okay, it looks like Keith's Wi-Fi is not cooperating today. So of course, whatever will go wrong will. So I'm going to go ahead and stop talking. We have some folks backstage ready to kick off this year's AfroAnimation. Welcome back. We're glad you're here. Welcome to more women, more non-binary folks, more other, more diversity, and hopefully more inclusion. So thank you so much. Hi, everyone. It's Rio again. So before I introduce our first panel and our first moderator, I know that there are some issues with the platform. I think we broke the internet, everyone. With so many folks trying to log in at once, some folks are having a little bit of trouble. So I am going to go ahead and direct some folks to our YouTube channel. Just look for the AfroAnimation Virtual Summit on YouTube. We also have a Facebook link. But if you hold tight. We will absolutely fix the issues. We are troubleshooting right now. But in the meantime, we have an amazing panel backstage ready for you. Please let me welcome our moderator, Stevie Carter, who is from Netflix, and she's going to do a phenomenal job introducing this panel. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, pending wherever you're watching from in the world. This is AfroAnimation 2.0. And welcome to Developing Original Animation Series and Movies. Before we jump in, we just want to thank two AfroAnimation sponsors today, Nickelodeon and Mainframe. So thank you so much. My name is Stevie Carter. Thank you, Rio. And I am a production executive at Netflix, and I oversee development for our animated features. And I'm so excited to talk to our impressive panelists for the discussion today. We only have 30 minutes, so I want to get right into it and start with our introductions. So I'll bring them in one at a time. So first we'll start with Latifa. She'll come in.
Hi.
Hi, Latifa. Nice to see you. Good morning. Tell us a little bit about where you are today and what you're working on.
Oh, wow. Today I'm at home, but I'm going to be over at Paramount in the next hour. I am overseeing movies for both Nickelodeon Animation and Paramount Animation. And I am working on 1,000 things, originals and, our legacy IP. So I am busy.
Yeah, we'll have a lot to talk about then. That's great.
Yeah.
Great. We'll go ahead and bring in our next panelist, Greg. Hi, Greg. Tell us a little bit about where you're at, Greg. Oh, and you're on mute.
Oh, there we go. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I just have to press the button. So I work for a Canadian studio, but I am in fact based in Los Angeles. We also have a business development person down here. So I oversee our original content for older kids and families. So basically anything that's not preschool, and find the projects, develop them, executive produce them, and then hope they hit an audience. So right now we actually just released Team Zenko Go on Netflix, which is a show I developed and executive produced in partnership with DreamWorks. And then coming in June is the Guava Juice show on YouTube, which is one of my favorite projects that I've worked on. I'll probably talk a little bit about it, but that's about it. Just trying to find great projects and, show buyers things that they don't know they want until we bring it to them.
Amazing. Great. Thank you, Greg. And last but certainly not least, he has been here before. Carl, welcome back to AfroAnimation. What have you been up to? We've met before, but I'm excited to see you.
Yes. Thank you for having me. Glad to be here. I'm Carl Reed, co-founder of Lionforge Animation and Lionforge Comics. Been doing a lot over the last year since I last spoke with you guys. In addition to continuing our kind of original content and the development and creation of that, we've had the opportunity to release a few things with some partners such as Rise Up Sing Out on Disney Junior and Disney Plus, and continuing the Rhymes Through Time series with Noggin, as well as doing a project Blaze and the Monster Machines episodes with Nick Jr. So we've had a lot of fun over this time. We've also added a few more members to the team, such as Saxton Moore, VP of Production, and Neely Shamam, who's VP of Development. So, it's been a lot of activity.
Wow, this is a busy group. So I'm excited to have you guys this morning and ladies. So we're excited to talk. All of you have been in the industry from what it seems like many years doing big things. Can we just start with that? Let's talk about where we are today and what you've seen change over the last few years. I'll start with you, Greg. You work for Canadian studios. Are there changes you've seen in terms of the animation industry with your experience in entertainment?
Well, there's a lot of animation. I mean, I think everybody would agree with that. Hopefully, we're going to continue to see the demand in place. Everybody's sort of looking at what's happening at Netflix and where the streamers are going next. But I guess, the biggest change is the streamers coming in and producing so many shows versus the traditional networks. And from what we see in a lot of cases, that's blurring the lines of audience, because we know that many different ages of kids are watching many different kinds of programming. And so there's a real, everybody wants a show that focuses strongly on whatever its core audience is, but then has enough headroom that other kids can watch and even families. So what that means, I think, is shows need to be even more original, and try to attract an audience that's even wider than maybe what they're programming for initially. And that's a lot of fun. We really enjoy it. I think that a lot of what I said in the beginning, bringing buyers something they don't know they're looking for yet, is what we always try to do. I think that's one of our main powers as producers and creators, is to see what is the next step that we can lead, instead of just bringing people what they say they want.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Carl, also being a creator, creating new content, how are you feeling about the industry in terms of what's happening, what people are looking for, and what you're trying to achieve in terms of these new projects and how it's changed?
I am so excited about the state of the industry. And while it has its challenges with the influx of folks entering the market, I think it's actually a super positive thing, because more than ever, we have so many perspectives coming from everywhere, and people that are that have just joined up with the big studios like a Netflix and like a Disney and things like that. So there's more of an understanding of some content that may be innovative and new content. And there's more of a understanding that audiences want this. So when we can directly hear that feedback and have it resonate, and how it resonates with them immediately, I think we don't have to convince buyers as much when the community is convincing them for us. So we're at a kind of an intersection of, being able to directly hear feedback from consumers, while at the same time changing production paradigms with new technology. So all of that is super exciting to me. And so we're at a good time.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great time to be in animation, from what I say. So those watching, stay in it. It's amazing. Latifa, in your role, you oversee franchises for Paramount, Nickelodeon Animation. We're talking about characters that resonate, stories that resonate. Do you have characters or stories that you see that are resonating with your audiences?
Well, yeah, look, we have, it's interesting because, I'm still trying to navigate the theatrical space, which is changing drastically. And, I feel so lucky to have we have Paramount Plus, we have Paramount, we have Nickelodeon, right? So we have many avenues, which is really exciting because we can develop new material for mostly for streaming, actually, is where there's a lot of freedom and a lot of really cool stuff being made. The theatrical space is another kind of challenge, which is a great challenge. But, we have, Avatar, we have Transformers, we have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? We have all this big IP. And the trick is really to bring new voices to that IP, because people love that IP. But those are our theatrical tentpole movies, originals. I will always try and push originals through, but they have to have, kind of this special secret sauce that gets them greenlit, which is usually like, it's always about the creator. It's about an incredible musical attachment. It's usually an origin story, an underdog story. It's got to make people want to laugh, especially after this pandemic. Comedy is a really big piece of what we do and everything we do. So it's certainly an interesting time watching it evolve and pushing franchises forward, while giving them new voices and rebooting them so that they're interesting. Because honestly, Spider-Verse changed everything, which is awesome, which we can all agree is totally like awesome. And the bar's higher. You have to come to the table with style and something special, especially with existing IP. So I love that challenge.
Yes, and what a challenge that is. I think that's where we're trying to in a world finding new unique voices that are telling original stories, and the challenges. There's the feeling of there's so many franchises. So I love your perspective, Latifa, on what needs to stick out and to make that voice heard. And Carl and Greg, I'm curious what you guys both feel in terms of original IP. How do we get the new voices, the new stories that we haven't seen yet? Because we do know those franchises exist, and it is where companies do go to. And you both are working on different projects for characters you're probably really proud of. So I'll start with you, Greg. You mentioned Team Zenko Go, Guava Juice. Do you have characters or stories you're really proud to be a part of right now that are sticking out that helps the original IP get forward?
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking talk about those because of the most recent ones, but we're really proud. I mean, one of the things we wanted to do in Team Zenko Go is, like so many shows now, have a more diverse cast. And one of the things that we had as a main character, Ari, who's physically challenged in a wheelchair, and who acts as a full member of the team. We actually never make reference to it in the entire show, and neither do the other kids. And that, we're very careful about this. We engaged a wonderful disability consultant who really helped us nail this character and how other kids in that position might want to see themselves, and how kids how the other kids might want to know how to relate to a person in that situation. And so we never made reference to it. He had his own ways of solving problems that were as effective as the other kids, but they were particular to him. And so we're all really happy with how that came out. And then, of course, it was a diverse cast in every other way, racially, gender. And, I think like most studios these days, we're very careful to cast our voice actors in a way that matches the characters. So we love that. And then on the Guava Juice show, my favorite character is not one of the characters. It's sort of the three characters together. And it's a show about how, the way that friends support each other, even though they might have disagreements. And, on a regular basis, I get a little choked up, just because there's something very sweet about this time of life where you're like 13, 14, and you just know that your friends have your back no matter what. And that's kind of what that show's about.
Those all sound really special. And Carl, I know you really focus on Black protagonists, Black stories. Can you talk a little bit about your work at Lion Forge and what you guys are doing and how those characters really resonate?
You asked the question about the, how do you match up against this big franchises and huge IP and sequels and spinoffs? And I think like I said before, we're at a time where you have some advantages over huge monoliths such as Disney's and Warner's and folks like that, because they have a huge ship to turn while you're smaller and nimble. And so I would say in a lot of respects, this is one thing that we do. We try to use our size to build authentic relationships and authentic kind of become authentic parts of the community in certain ways that the big guys can't, or it will take a long time for them to do given their scale and scope. What this takes is, and you see this with small YouTubers, having millions and millions of followers, and they started a year ago, and it's very hard. We're in a very interesting time right now, but what that takes is delivering and releasing. And luckily, we're in a time where you can directly access your audience through social platforms and through YouTube. And at that point, buyers will come knocking on your door at that point. And or when you take a new idea, you can match it up against something that's been out for 30 years, or you can show that traction that makes a buyer trust the investing, 40 million bucks or 20 million bucks in your project versus, continuing something that they know was a success in 89, right?
Yeah.
So I think, again, we have to play to our advantages and play to our communities and places that we can have a stranglehold on, focusing on more niche areas that maybe the big guys won't even be able to identify for months and months. You know, you still see Fortnite dances popping up in new content in 2022. And I mean, 2018, 2019, you know, 2-year-olds were doing it, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, it takes time for the big guys to catch on. And so use it as your advantage.
I love that. I think that's really important to remind everybody that there's audiences out there who want to continue to see themselves, unique stories, and really understand the value of that. And you're saying there's a way, there's an audience, there's a way, and everyone will find out. And I love that. You know, thinking about those who are watching who want to get their stories out in that way, do you all have, let's just talk about general advice that you're going to give new filmmakers, new writers, new creators. How do they bring their new content to life? Carl, you gave some great ideas there in terms of finding your audience. They're out there. Somebody will want to watch it. And Latifa, how do you look out for new stories? How are you looking and seeing what our audience is looking towards? And how do I find those new, fresh voices?
Well, you know, as I was saying, we have the advantage, you know, where I'm at right now to look at series, to look at streaming, to look at theatricals, right? And so I feel like anything that stands out is usually because it's coming from authenticity and like a real labor of love for the project. There's such a variety. I would say to encourage people, like, you know, again, you got to lean into what it is that you want to make and what it is that feels good to you. But for us, we're really invested in movies that make people feel good, right? Nickelodeon has always been this place. It's for kids. And, you know, I feel like to me, it's like what stands out would be like incredible storytelling, right? Incredible characters, authenticity, you know, world building, you know, mythology that is really engages people, putting ordinary people in extraordinary situations, right? I mean, I'm being very broad in terms of what I'm saying, but I feel like passion, authenticity, and bringing something fresh to the table. I consider everything that comes across my desk.
Yeah.
You know?
No, absolutely. And in terms of getting fresh ideas, in terms of finding the authenticity we're all talking about, do you feel like that's got to show up in front of the screen, behind the screen? Like, where do we look for that authenticity and how do we make that come to fruition?
Oh, it's both. It's always both. You know, I'm a, you know, creator driven. I think good material is usually creator driven. I mean, I know that, right? We all know that. So, authenticity starts there, and then you double down on it, you know, with behind the camera and on screen and with your cast and with your music, you know. I think it's a really exciting time for that.
Yes. And I think audiences are craving that, right? We can tell when we're receiving something that doesn't feel real. But at the end of the day, we want that. And in terms of you all, you know, being creatives, but also being in positions where you can make things happen, do you find that you have more influence? And I'll start with you, Greg, being on the creator side or really being on the side that's helping lift these projects up?
Well, we certainly have the opportunity to consider a broader range of projects. I think, you know, Carl and Latifa both talked about authenticity and about, you know, bring something real. And I think that's still, you know, that's still what I'm looking for, you know, but I think it's a specific point of view about universal issues. You know, you can't have one without the other. I think it's a way of applying your own experience and your own point of view to issues that kind of everybody is thinking about. And Latifa mentioned Spider-Verse. I mean, it did that so well, and you can point to a number of other examples. But that's really I think where the best stories are coming from. And I love a creator who will come in and not say, here are the 5 ideas I'm working on. What do you like? I like a creator that'll come in and say, this is the thing that I'm most passionate about, that I believe the most in, and that I'm going to get made. And here's why.
Yes, it's not checking those boxes. It's really caring about the story you're telling.
Yeah, it's really making you feel that you have a person with a vision. because ultimately, you know, like I'm not there at you know, at 2 a.m. when the draft is due and you have to make decisions, and you really just have to, you know, you have to believe in what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have an audience watching this, and we have some questions popping through, so I'll bring one through. Jared Melvin asks, if you are a creator with original IP, how do you get your IP seen by the pros who need original IP? Carl, you brought up some great ideas, but I'm curious if you've had a very direct response for Jared in terms of his question.
You know, it can oftentimes be very hard, especially as distributed as everyone is. You know, you might be in Minnesota and have some content that you want to create. You might be in Japan, right? And you want to reach, you know, someone in Hollywood. I think the key is to, and I'll go back to it, you know, reach out to your community and reach out to a direct audience, because in the old days, there was this listen to my demo kind of path to success where you create a prototype and you show them and they love it, you build it and they will come. But it's no longer that way. You have to show that it's going to work. And I think you do that most by going out and proving that it works through engaging with that community and engaging with that audience. Now, sometimes you already have that, and so you skip go and collect $200, but oftentimes it's not the case. And the best part about that is that you can wind up getting a return on all your hard labor and your investment that you're putting into your content, even without the buyers and other gatekeepers telling you, I believe that your view of the future or your view of what consumers are going to like is what is going to happen, and we're willing to invest in that. So you can really take a stance and prove it and gain revenue from it even before you're able to reach out to those audiences. So it's always easier when you come with something that they're like, oh wow, I need to know about this. How do you have how does this hit the zeitgeist right now? I just saw a news story about this and this is already developed. Or I just saw, how do you have all these followers on Instagram? Or is this so timely? And instead of chasing the bullseye, you're ahead of the curve. And so again, I push to shift that question away from how do I know which doors to knock on and how do I get people to answer those doors, to how do I prove my concept and how do I build my concept and gain that traction that's needed to make people open the door and also come and seek me out.
That's great. No, that's all amazing advice. And I'm going to go to the next question. Simone Hardy asks, is it better to pitch the show or create a small version of it and test it to see if it gets some attraction? So I think, Carl, we know where you stand on that. Latifah, I'm curious how you feel about that answer or question, excuse me.
Oh, I'm behind Carl 100%. I mean, that's also the most satisfying way to do, you know, to dive into your art and to do what you believe in, is to just, you know, not seek out approval from elsewhere and to really just own what you want to do and lean into it. And there are so many platforms to share your personal, you know, work that you can do that now, which is killer. You don't have to rely on 6 studios that are, you know, managing all the content across town. I mean, the world has changed so much. So I really admire what Carl said, and I'm behind him. I feel like for me, I prefer any pitch. I prefer visuals. If somebody is really excited about something, it's like they kind of have to prove it out. You know, we get 1,000 scripts. But it's way cooler when you take the time to sit with somebody and they can show you visually what they're trying to achieve, because it's just such a big part of what we do. It's very hard to separate it from storytelling, you know?
Yeah. I love what you're saying. You don't have to ask for permission. You can do it all yourself and see it through. You can get in that paralysis of perfecting it in your head. But some of the best things I've seen is filmmakers who are willing to share their ideas with their friends, with their peers, really flush it out and be proud of those ideas. And it's okay it's not perfect. It's going to take a long journey. So I think that that's a really great reminder that you don't need permission. You just need to create. And I'll kind of keep moving through. We have another question. Abraham Luckett, if I'm saying that right. What does success look like for a candidate who's just trying to break in the animation industry in the first place? And there's other questions too about how to build resumes, illustration, animation design. What's the best approach? I think this is really, how do you get that experience when you don't have, when you're building that portfolio, you're starting out. Greg, I was wondering if you have any advice.
Well, I think as Carl and Tiva both said, you can't be afraid to just do it. You can't be afraid to do the work and put it out in front of people. I don't hear this as much anymore, but used to, people can sometimes be concerned that if they put something out, somebody's going to steal their idea, or or they have to keep it secret. And there are many, many ideas out there, and an idea is not that valuable without the person behind it who's going to execute it. So I would never be afraid of that, and do the work and make it findable. Get yourself an Instagram account. Make sure that you're, make sure that if you have a website, it's organized in a way that sort of makes clear whether you're a character designer or an environment designer, whether you do storyboards, and then, make it easy for us to sort of look at the things and see the range of styles. We all at the studio spend a lot of time just scouring the internet, making lookbooks, looking for people with an interesting artistic vision, on the visual side. And it's great to find those people. We've hired countless people that we just found online, especially now when they can work from everywhere. I mean, that's one of the biggest changes now, is that you can be anywhere. I mean, we moved our entire 700-person staff, in a week out of the building and, working remotely. And so far, nobody's come back.
Yeah, no, I agree. And, I find myself looking at hashtags on Instagram. I'm looking at always who's up and coming. So put yourself out there and people will find you. They will look for you. They're looking all the time. So as long as you find that online presence, I think we're all in agreement that we're looking for you too. So this has been so fun talking to all of you. We want to thank again our sponsors, Nickelodeon and Mainframe, for this amazing panel. And we want to ask everybody to stay tuned for the next panel coming up, where we're going to discuss Craig of the Creek. So very exciting panels for this whole thing. And I'll see you guys again later on today as well.
Thanks, Stevie.
Thanks, Stevie.
You.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Philip Solomon, and on behalf of Cartoon Network Studios, welcome to our Craig of the Creek production panel. Being the voice of Craig has been nothing short of a blessing. I've been lucky to be a part of the Williams family, which entertains other families like yours every week. And not only do I have a cool family on screen, I've got one off screen too. I feel incredibly blessed to be a part of this big Craig the Creek production family made up of some of the most talented artists, writers, and producers. And today, we're joined by a few of these awesome people for a fun discussion covering their professional journey and time in the Creek. So, without further ado, let's introduce my talented friends. So first, we've got Chanel Gibbs, an amazing staff writer currently working on Jessica's Big Little World. Hi, Chanel. And next, we have her sister, Shanae Gibbs, our staff writer, also working with her sister, Chanel, to bring Jessica's Big Little World to life. Hi, Shanae. Good morning.
Hello.
And hello. And next, we've got the Deshaun Mahone, writer of many of your favorite Craig the Creek episodes and writer of many of my favorite episodes, and supervising director on Jessica's Big Little World. Good morning, Deshaun.
Hey, good morning.
And last but not least, we've got the amazing Ashley Hairston, our wonderful story editor currently working on Jessica's Big Little World. Ashley is currently not here yet, so we are waiting for her, but we will bring her in soon. But first, let's get right into it. Let's not waste any time. I wanted to start with a question for the whole panel. How long have you been a part of the Craigverse, and how did you get involved, and what drew you to working on the show? Anybody want to start?
I could start. I've been here since the beginning. Like
Yeah.
part of the OG team, I guess. I remember being in the office when it was like just me and my board team, and then another board team. I think it was just four of us. Like I remember the studio or that side of the studio was empty. But yeah, I've been here since the beginning. And then moved over to Jessica. So yeah, I've been here for the long haul.
We're grateful. Anybody else want to add to that? Chanel, Shanae?
Oh yeah. We flipped a coin about who was going to talk first, and Shelly won. So I had tails, she had heads. I'm the winner. Well, we got to first of all thank Dave for helping to set such a beautiful show and room and tone for us to join Jessica's Big Little World. We joined last year, and we were actually working on a preschool show called Little Ellen for Warner Brothers Animation, and hey, Ashley!
Ashley!
Hi.
We're gonna fill you in right after this. Yeah, we're in here. We're live.
Oh, I was in the waiting room. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I was there too.
Okay.
Welcome, Ashley.
Welcome.
So we're just talking about our starts and how we got involved on Jessica's Big Little World. But yeah, so we were working on a show called Little Ellen for Warner Brothers, and an executive over at Warner Brothers recommended us for a show. We didn't know what it was. We just knew that it was for Cartoon Network, and so they told us, told them about us. And once we found out it was Jessica's Big Little World, first of all, we love Craig of the Creek, and then we were like, oh my God, like we're keeping our fingers crossed. Then we met the team. We met Tiffany, Ashley, Ben, Matt. It felt like such a family in our first meeting, and then we met Day and everybody, and it's just been an amazing room to work in, and it's just really, really been really cool, and we've been really enjoying the journey so far. Chanel, you want to add anything? Yeah, I want to say hi,
Ashley. How are you, Ashley? Wait, let me introduce you. Last but not least, we've got the amazing Ashley Hairston, our wonderful story editor, currently working on Jessica's Big Little World. Ashley, I just wanted to ask you, how did you get started with the show? I know you started at first as a voice actress, but I'll let you explain.
So I started as a voice actress on Craig of the Creek. I played the character Wren, which is such a fun character to play. Yes. She's my favorite girl. But yeah, I think just by coming in and recording, I became friends with, Matt and Ben and the crew, and Jeff Trammell, who, was in the, he would be in the booth whenever I would come in to record, and we just chat and hang out and stuff. So we became friends on Facebook. And one day I was just tired of auditioning and looking for work, and because auditioning doesn't pay. So I was like, I need to write. I've been, writing and developing my own characters and taking classes, writing classes. And so I said, I think I'm ready. So I posted on Facebook that I was looking for writing jobs. Little did I know that Jeff Trammell saw that post and secretly brought me in to the room for a freelance writing opportunity. I got an email that they were, I got just a random email, and they were like, hey, we heard you're looking for writing jobs. And I was like, oh my gosh, sure. So I came in for a freelance writing job like end of 2019. And then I just kept coming back. And then early January 2020, they were like, would you be interested in writing full time? So I was like, of course I would. Love the show, love all the characters. And that's how I started writing on Craig of the Creek.
And you're doing an amazing job. And I kind of wanted to talk to all of you all about the dynamic of the show. I was watching the last panel, and they were talking about like the authenticity and where that needs to be, in front of the camera, behind the camera. I wanted to kind of ask you guys about that. What's the dynamic like behind the scenes at the Creek? Is it really a family vibe? Where does that spirit come from? Because I know I feel it in the booth, but what about you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a kind of family vibe. I mean, a lot of our story breaking and everything, it's like discussions, maybe somebody comes with an idea and then we all just kind of talk about it. It doesn't really have the setup of like, oh, okay, so this is what you're gonna do and you're gonna do, and then it ends. We just kind of talk about our personal experiences, if it relates to the story, and different topics. Someone might throw jokes here and there, and by the end of the sometimes it might kind of trail off, and then we've been like, oh, we don't realize what we've been talking about. Okay, let's try and bring this back in, and then after that, we usually have these stories that we can bounce off of. I don't know, I've always felt like everybody is so supportive and kind and wants to make a really great product for everyone to enjoy, and I think it just shows in the work and in the room.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
Agreed. Anybody else want to add to that? I thought that was amazing.
I will say that soon as Shanae and Chanel came in when they were interviewing, we immediately fell in love with them. They had so many stories of just their childhood growing up as twins that we were like, oh my God, that's funny. Oh my God, that's hilarious. They had stories like songs they used to make up and like games that they used to play and make up. And we were like we lost track of time just talking. And that's how the writers room typically would go. It's just like, we're talking about just everything. And it's so fun and like just family friendly vibes like all the time. It's great.
Yeah, I was gonna say it just feels so safe in this room, and I just think it's so wonderful. I was gonna say also that we're just normally just laughing, talking about our childhoods, our experiences. Tiffany creates such a safe space. And sometimes I was, as we were going on, I'd be like, Day, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine like what he was going through as we're just like, having these great moments, in the room. But it feels really safe. That's what I want to say about the room. And I just feel like Shanae and I just came in as like cousins of the Creek.
Yeah.
Cousin from Oakland.
Yep.
From the first day, I mean, just our first meeting, it just felt like, like we rode up on our bikes, we jumped off and we just started playing, like with our play cousins. And I mean, it really just, it feels like that. And we were just saying, just from just the tone that's created from the top down is just beautiful. Right. Even from like new storyboard artists who are getting some of their first shots. We were just talking about this the other day. It's like it's not, the room is designed for you not to fail, and you're supported at every step along the way and it's like, with love that you're guided, with experience, with like amazing expertise. it's just a really cool space, and it just gives creative people, creative kids from like all over a space to shine, and in a supportive way. So I mean, it's really been beautiful. Yeah, literally
Right.
yesterday, one of the board artists was saying, I feel like I needed this before they got here. I feel like I needed a place like this, and it's here, and I'm just so happy to be a part of it.
I could say the exact same thing. I mean, Ashley, you could testify to this, like being in the booth. Even being in the booth is such a safe
Yeah.
and fun environment to play. It feels like a sandbox, like we're able to riff off different lines and explore improv scenes and really play with our characters. And it's a testament to how important environment is for a show, and you could see it in the work. Like Deshaun was saying, we have some of the most
Mhm.
authentic episodes that really resonate with, and that's why the show is becoming what it is, and it's becoming inspiring for young kids like I was, and I also wanted to ask you guys a little bit more about
Mhm.
Jessica's Big Little World. So Shanae and Chanel, we know that Jessica's Big Little World will be a show for preschoolers, right? Talk about the adjustments you had to make writing on a show for preschoolers versus a traditional family-oriented show or kids show like Craig of the Creek. How do you ensure that Jessica still has the Craig of the Creek spirit?
Yeah, I think because Jessica comes from an established show, which
Mhm.
is like a 6 to 11 age demographic, you know what I mean? And everybody like knows that like a big adventure show.
Right.
It's been fun to take a character that is known in that space and translate her into preschool. And because naturally she's already, her goal is to be a big kid. She's got big aspirations. She got big things she's trying to do. So just by
Mhm.
the nature of that, I mean, it gives us so much, just a wealth of stories to play with, and to make her still feel like the Jessica that everybody already knows from the Craig of the Creek, universe. Just translating her into to preschool. Yeah, and sometimes people think, oh, it's just easy to write for preschool, and it's a really specific language, and you want to make sure with a show like this that we're speaking to preschoolers as well as to the family. We want the whole family to sit down and watch, mom, dad, grandparents, cousins, older kids. So it's just it's a nice little balance of creating language that speaks to everyone, including young ones who are just learning, language skills.
Right. And I've had such a fun time recording on that show too. Ashley, see me my 30 minutes every other week. But being on that show is so amazing. And young Lucia is such a star, and I'm so glad that she gets her own platform to shine. Like from the moment I met her, I knew like, oh my God, she needs her own show. And I'm so glad that she gets to inspire other young girls like her, like Craig is inspiring other boys like him. And showrunner Tiffany Ford, like talking about the development of careers behind the scenes in the Creek family. She was a writer on Craig the Creek, and now she's a showrunner on Jessica's Big Little World. And she's rising through the ranks as storyboard artist and now supervising director. And I'm just so proud of everyone. Jeff Trammell going on to do big things for Marvel. Ashley, I wanted to ask you. You're doing some great things with Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you more about that. Have you brought any lessons or practice from your time in the Creek to your new show over there?
Absolutely. I think you all are like really speaking to that already. Just like the fact that Matt and Ben and Tiffany, like they are allowing such an opportunity for growth for, the crew and for the characters, just expanding the world. And yeah, speaking to Lucia, like, giving her a show. Now Jessica has a show, and we get to expand all of those characters and have representation,
Yeah.
in her world, and see her friendships, expand, and what that means for representation on screen. I think it's incredible. But also just speaking in terms of like the crew, I came into the pandemic as a first time staff writer. Like that was my first time in a room as a staff writer, and now I'm coming out of pandemic a showrunner at Nickelodeon, which is insane. But I really am so grateful to Matt and Ben and Tiffany and Jeff for just and like all of our producers for, just investing in us, and, giving us those opportunities to grow. So just by starting as a, staff writer and then going to story editor on Jessica, and then even they gave me, my first voice directing opportunity. Like that is huge, and I'm forever grateful for that. So I definitely want to take that with me to my show. Whatever, that's crazy. But yeah, I definitely want to take that with me. I think that's so important. Just, investing in my crew and investing in my characters. I also, yeah, it's just such a collaborative environment, and I want to keep that family dynamic and just allowing everyone's stories to be able to, to feel safe and welcome, as Shanae was saying earlier, to, be able to share that in our room so that we can put that into our stories and our characters, I think is also like what makes the show authentic and unique and special, and what makes it sort of resonate with viewers. So yeah, those are some important.
Yes. And congratulations. We know you're going to shine. You're going to do so amazing. Yes.
I'll try.
No, we know you'll do it. You'll be great.
Ashley always shines.
Yes.
Yes.
One of the best things like about this show is like it reminds us like often that the Creek is a place for all kids, right? Like why would you guys say diversity in race, gender expression, and sexual orientation is so important to showcase in children's shows? And how do you convey those ideas to a young audience? Some might say they're sensitive topics or whatnot. How do you guys respond to that?
It's just important to feel seen and to feel like your story matters. And I think a lot of us grew up without seeing this, what we're able to create today. So it's so important. It's so important to people's development as human beings. You know what I mean? And just to know that that you matter. And so I think stories like this and what Cartoon Network is doing is just essential, for kids coming up to be able to see themselves, hear voices that reflect their experiences.
Yeah. I want to hop off of that too and just say that it helps to have a very diverse crew, so that you have the people in the crew to ask these questions, bring up these things, oh, it'd be nice to see something like this, or, they're living that experience, and they want to share it. It comes like the authenticity comes out. And I mean, I think that that's a really important thing that a lot of productions and studios could, do is like, if you want to have those authentic stories, to have those people present, I think it comes out in the stories just naturally, just, we want to bring it up because it's real life, it's there. It's better to bring it up than to ignore it. So yeah, I think that it comes through. Comes through.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I want to add too. I think we just saw, like, with this last batch of episodes that came out for Craig of the Creek, for like Fire and Ice and Grandma Smugglers and Sink or Swim Team. Like those were episodes that were, very personal to a lot of our crew, and like we've spent hours, just everyone collaborating and putting in their thoughts and experiences, and we took those and like turned them into episodes. And like even for like Sink or Swim Team, like we were looking specifically for an actress who spoke Visaya, and I think the response that we got back from that, was like just so grand that people were like, I've never seen, Filipina, character who spoke Visaya, on screen before in cartoons. And so like just getting the response back from, the audience is always nice. And it's a good reminder that, representation matters.
Totally agree. I wanted to quickly, I know we don't have much time left, but I wanted to turn some questions to the audience. We have a couple questions. Let's see. Aubrey Scott asks, how do you find a balance when depicting imaginary things happening versus real things on the show? Anybody want to take that?
I could take that. We kind of had, at least early on, like a science of how to do it. It was just like, let's try and keep the imaginary things to or the super wacky imaginary things to like the final act of the story generally. But then, I think the best kind of story or the best moments came from like depicting it through the child's imagination. Like
Right.
we're in the kid's point of view. So, what are they seeing? So we have these moments where yeah, like a character, they're seeing something that isn't actually there. But when you're a kid, and even when you're an adult, you might have like these like visual like imaginary spots. We're just like pushing that and making it funny for the sake of jokes. But yeah, like now we don't have it as an exact science. It's just kind of like what would be silly in this moment. But as long as it's through the kid's point of view, it still feels real.
I wanted to add on to just like being
Yeah.
in the room with Day and Matt and Tiffany, and Ben. It's like when you're coming from a script-based show as opposed to a board-based show, like Craig of the Creek and Jessica, they both are. It's so enlightening to be in the room with artists, and talking through the visual aspect of the show, because Shanae and I have come from shows where we were just strictly writing scripts, and then it's really separate, like writers over here, artists over here, hand it off. Nobody really sees each other until one time you guys watch the animatic together, but this way of like working, it really has like brought a whole new visual sense to the way that Shanae and I write. And we're just so appreciative, of this experience. And it's really cool. And they just like, just the way that he visually will take something and just make it, what I mean, hilarious. And it's just really cool. And it inspires our writing.
Thank you. And y'all be like having some really great suggestions. Like we jumping off of that's what I'm saying. Like the room is really nice to be able to bounce off each other. And I wanted to say that too, that it is nice to my previous job before Craig, the writers and the artists didn't work in tandem like that. So yeah, working on Craig and then on Jessica, it's just really awesome to have like that collaborative stuff. Cause I mean, then you're both on the same page, like you're like, oh yeah. And you inspire each other.
I'd like to add on to that too, because like being in the booth, it's usually in other animation jobs that I've done, you really don't see your castmates ever. But from the beginning, we've always been in the same rooms together. Well, not now because of COVID, but we've always been recording together, whether it be via Zoom or in person, and it really feels like that family environment. We feel free to play with the lines in the story, and it's created that environment that feels so authentic and that we touched on earlier.
Yeah.
I had one quick specific question for Shanae and Chanel. Let's see. Cheyenne Smith asks, can Chanel and Shanae provide any advice for aspiring writers?
I would recommend, particularly for animation, to get your hands on as many animated scripts and storyboards that you can find, to just see how how things are crafted, and also for those who are currently writing, to just write spec scripts, which are like your own version of a show, which shows people what you can do in terms of writing. And particularly for animation, people are always looking for writing samples. So having a writing sample is the best way to just stay ready for when an opportunity comes along and people can read you and they'll be like, oh, that person's funny, or or they just know that you're ready for hiring. Chanel, Ashley, do you?
Yeah, I did want to say, speaking of funny, I wanted to say Ashley. I just want to say Ashley, just because, and I know you have like improv experience, right? Like, so I feel like that really helps inform the room. I took like one half of a class of improv or whatever, but I just feel like that's really important. And I know Ashley does a lot of that. And I think you're so funny. And yeah. So I just wanted to
You're funny.
dig you up. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I love you so much. You make me laugh nonstop all the time. It's a love fest. But I would agree for sure. Like take as many, classes and performance opportunities is necessary, because that's going to shape your your creative instinct. Improv is so helpful in all aspects of this business. I mean, just from like hopping on a call, late and being like, what do I do? Help. Gotta fix that real quick. Improv can help with that, but it can also help you with your writing as well. It's just great. It's a great tool to have. So perform, get out there, meet people, engage. Don't sit at the computer and just like sometimes you can get stuck, at the computer and just trapped and like rethinking and reading and just getting caught in your own words. But get out, have other people read your script. Get involved with writing groups so you can share and get feedback and feed off of each other. It's really, just, get out there, have fun, engage.
Oh,
writing is go ahead.
Oh no, actually I was going to say one, and I would say for artists too, improv would be great, because what nobody tells you, particularly for board shows, is that you're going to be acting, you're going to be pitching, you're going to be talking. So you're not only just going to be sitting there, and drawing like beautiful drawings. Somebody's now going to expect you to be like making that come to life for the pitches. So improv for everybody, artists, writers, whoever you want to be, producers, just getting out and speaking, just like what Ashley was saying. Sorry, Ashley, I didn't mean to to cut you off.
Please,
I just wanted to say that to artists too. Yeah, because sometimes people don't know that part.
All my I didn't take any legit, I mean a few improv classes, but I came in kind of knowing, because just my family growing up, everybody had jokes, they're just throwing them out, and you just had to be quick on your feet or you're just gonna be in the corner snack. So it's like, if you haven't had that experience growing up, then maybe take some improv classes so that you're ready to throw something out in an instant. But definitely, it just need like life experience too. I see a lot of younger people, really trying to get in. It's just like, absolutely try and get in when you can, but don't forget to, there's lots of things that you can learn just living, just so everything could be a learning experience.
That's awesome. Wow, this time has flown so fast. I got one more question, and it's pointed towards me. Someone asked in the chat. They asked, how important is it to me to be voicing a young Black boy for preschool audiences and parents? It's an honor. It's truly an honor that I thank Ben, Matt, and all of you all the time for it. Being able to somewhat be an inspiration for other young boys like me has just been like the blessing of my life. And I talk about it a lot. I go to UCLA, and I have this club where we talk about things like this, representation and animation. And I wouldn't have had that open knowledge on things like this if it wasn't for this show. I wouldn't know about how rare it is to see a Black family in animation, how inclusive this show is, and how rare it is for a show to be inclusive. I'm just so grateful. I know I'm riffing on it, but I'm just so grateful for this time. I'm so grateful to be moderating this panel. I love you all. You guys have been great. And I just wanted to say thank you all for watching this panel. Be sure to look out for everything that's coming soon in the Craigverse. We've got the movie, we've got Jessica's Big Little World, we've got a couple more exciting new things coming. Just stay tuned, and have a good one, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. Nice seeing you all. Bye. We did it.
Oh my goodness. Philip, are we still on? Can I just say I happen to be in the booth when, can you guys hear me?
Wait, we have to mute.
Oh.
Hey everybody, we're live now. We're live. I'm just following the Craig of the Creek now. That was amazing. So happy to be here for the recruiting edition, getting a job in animation. The Disney edition is going to be so fun. So get ready for it. We have some coffee. We got some energy. Let's get going. For starters, a quick intro on myself. My name is Trent Corey. I'm a director at Disney Feature Animation, and I've been here nearly 10 years, both in animation and directing. I'm also the CEO and co-founder of Rise Up Animation, which is a nonprofit dedicated to supporting and being allies to the BIPOC community, looking to rise up in the animation industry. So, like I said, Rise Up Animation is so extremely proud to be a community partner of AfroAnimation, and we couldn't be more excited for AfroAnimation 2.0. In this panel specifically, which is with the best of the best in recruiting from the Disney family. So let's just jump into it because I want to hear from all these very talented recruiters. And let's jump into some intros. So I'm going to start off with Erica from Disney Feature Animation. Come on and introduce yourself, Erica.
Hello, everyone. So excited to be here. Erica Becerra with Disney Animation, here to talk about all things recruitment, give you the 411. So we are ready for your questions. And I have been with the studio for, it's going to be 3 years, and with the Walt Disney Company, 5 years. So excited to be here.
Oh, get ready. She's going to drop some gems. Thank you, Erica. Next up, we're going to bring Lori Becca, who's a senior recruiter at ILM.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here and to be with my colleagues. I am from Industrial Light and Magic, and also we are a division of Lucasfilm. So I am ready to give you some cool info and to also participate with the rest of the Disney team.
Yay, thank you, Lori. Let's bring out Allison Parker.
Good morning. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me. It's good to see you all. My name is Allison Parker. I am the Senior Manager of Talent Acquisition at Pixar Animation Studios. And next month, I'm hitting my 15-year mark. So super excited and love this stuff. Happy to give any info we can.
Yay, thank you, Allison. And next up, we got Samantha Brown from Marvel Studios.
Hey guys, I'm Samantha Brown. I'm one of the senior recruiters with Marvel Studios Animation. I've been working across feature animation, game cinematics, as well as TV animation for double-digit years. So happy to share all the things I've learned.
Double-digit years, I like it. I like it, Samantha. Thank you. And last up, we have Lex, who's artistic recruiter at Disney Television Animation. Hey, Lex.
Hi, I'm Lex. I'm the director of artist recruitment with Disney Television Animation. Like everyone else said, excited to be here presenting alongside our colleagues and giving tips and tricks. At Disney TVA, we focus a lot on Disney branded content, so stuff that's exclusively for Disney Channel and for Disney Plus. So a little bit of a different approach being exclusive to series.
It's great because series is the world now, right? Where everything is blending together, features, series, shorts. So I'm excited to hear from this panel right here because you represent so many branches of the company that do have very different perspectives and ways of doing things. So let's just jump right into it because I want to hear from all of you. This is very exciting. And since you mentioned tips and tricks, Lex, I would say my first question would be, what is that one thing that stands out to you as a recruiter when reviewing a resume, reel, portfolio, especially as you're looking at hundreds, I'm sure hundreds upon hundreds of submissions? What is that one thing that jumps out to you?
We started with me.
I can throw it to people. That makes it easier. Lori, I'll throw it to you. I saw you.
Okay, sure. Like you said, since we look at hundreds of resumes, the thing for me is I like to see an objective because right away I know exactly what you're interested in and I can put you in the right place. When you don't say anything about what you want to do or what you're interested in, and you're making me guess and try to figure that out by looking at your education and your experience and all of the other information that you have, it makes it harder for me. And I have to put you in another pile where I have to go back to and figure it out. So let me know right away what you want to do.
That's great, Lori, being clear up front. Lex, would you agree? What else do you have to add on to that?
Oh yeah, I definitely agree, and I also think paying close attention to what the application materials require, which might be simple, but a portfolio and a password. When you're applying, like you can put it in your cover letter, it can be part of your resume, but we're usually going to request that from you at some point anyway, so that our teams have it for interviewing. But it's how I upfront get to look at all of your materials and decide if you have enough stuff to qualify for that role. So I think making sure that we as recruiters have access from the jump is really good so that we're seeing the best of your work.
That's great, Lex. Erica, I saw you do this at password. How many submissions do you get that don't have passwords?
Oh my gosh. Many of you, I'm sure, know Matt Roberts, but it is something that we are always like, we want to consider you include the password. So that is a very important one. And if I may just add one more regarding portfolios and reels, be intentional. It is definitely quality over quantity for reels and portfolios. Really think about each piece that you are including and make sure that you are showcasing something. Don't just add something for the sake of adding it, whether it's showing one of your strengths or showing a new tool that you use or literally telling a story with that shot. Make sure you are intentional. But yes, password is a huge one.
I love that, Erica. And it's so important to keep in mind, especially, as you apply to studios all over the world. Some studios do want to have generalists, but on this panel, representing these studios, it's sounding like you want specialists and really you want to identify those groups. Samantha, Allison, what about from your respected studios?
I'll just plus one to what everyone said so far. Think of it as speed dating. You get a few seconds or a few minutes to meet with someone. We're talking to potentially hundreds of people or seeing hundreds of portfolios a day. And so we want to make sure that it stands out, that is strong, intentional from the jump.
I love that, Samantha. How about you, Allison?
Yeah, nothing is more heartbreaking than someone not including their password. So yes, I just want to acknowledge that as well. And I just figure it's on accident, obviously, but it is heartbreaking because we have to move on. So I'll just jump on that. Resumes, definitely. I like what Lori said. Clear, concise sounds simple enough, but doesn't have to be 6 pages. There's hundreds to go through. So something's got to jump out. So the more clearly it's written, the better. And then just a note on whether it's a portfolio or a reel or a piece of an art portfolio. The most comments I hear in a room is people love when they can figure out who the person is by their work. So make it a little personal too. Don't just try to aim for what you think we are looking for, but always someone will, even if it's not specific to the requirements of the job, a production designer will always point out a piece of art or a piece of work that somehow gives us an insight to who you are as a person, whether that's humor, character, whatever. So I'd add that as well.
That's such a great addition, Allison, because I sit in animation reviews all the time, and there's a lot of very polished animation there, but we're always looking for that spark. What is your voice? Whether it's from your background, where you grew up, your cultural background, it's so important. So thank you for bringing that up. And I'll have to add too that I submitted a resume once with the wrong email. I forgot a letter, and I always wondered, I didn't get a job at Pixar. Was that the reason? So we'll go down that later. But that's great. Thank you for all that information. And I have to ask, does it differ for internships or training programs? I know a lot of our studios have amazing opportunities. Are you looking for certain education for that experience? How do you differentiate professional versus internship and trainee? And I'm going to kick it over to Samantha this time first.
I feel like that's broad, and I would love to hear from the other recruiters because every studio has a different thing that they're looking for. But for me, it's always about teachability. If you have some experience, whether it's in school or on independent projects, but just the teachability to be moldable, to adapt, to learn new skills, whether it's software or skill sets in whatever your craft is, that's really, really key.
That's great, Samantha. Erica, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah, I'd say it goes back to what Lex said. Make sure you read the job description because for internships, depending on the studio, at Disney Animation, we've had generalist opportunities where we will consider individuals with talent in many disciplines like modeling, look development, And then there's some that are very specific, like you're specifically applying for a lighting internship. So in terms of what we look for in your reel, again, it's about being intentional with each piece. If we see a spark of like the story you're trying to tell, or also tools that you've used, make sure you reference the tools, because that gives us an idea of, have you picked up a new tool and the way that you're using it through different pieces. And then I'd say for interns, it's very important because a lot of your work will be projects. So make sure that you are listing your piece in the project. Don't keep it so vague where the recruiter's like, I'm not sure what they did here. If you call it out, that might put you in a better light, because it might make us want to learn more. That's what we look for. And just the one thing I noticed, someone was confused about password. When we say password, a lot of people protect their work so that it's not just out there in the public. So you can protect it by adding a password, and only you have that password. So if you're applying to something, you want to give it to the recruiter so that they can access your work.
Thank you, Erica, for going over that. Lex, would you like to jump in there?
Yeah, so for internships specifically, I think it's such a fun and kind of not rare, not super rare, but a unique enough opportunity for us as recruiters to find people who are really passionate about animation and starting their career. We don't have the same experience requirements, right, that we might have for one of our professional roles that's jumping into the middle of production. So I think it's so important when you're applying for an internship program to demonstrate your passion in your work. And that can show in your resume and in your portfolio. And you do that by having extracurriculars. So yes, you're all in school, but how are you participating in your community, right? And in student groups and other professional groups? How are you showing your work and your potential as a storyteller? So, there might be lots of snippets of things that you're doing, especially we talk about generalist stuff as you've been learning and growing. But at the core, I think everybody that I work with, we consider ourselves storytellers. So how are you pulling that together when you're just demonstrating your work and in your portfolio? Are you introducing characters and stories that makes us think, this person, if we bring them in and we give them this shot and we give them this exposure and training, they're going to be an amazing storyteller for Disney. So I think that's super important to push into your work as much as possible.
I love that, Lex, because those training programs, looking for potential and seeing who can grow. And I just love you elaborating on that. Allison, I know the Pixar has a great training and internship program. Would you like to add anything on top of that?
Yeah, I think I would just add something you said, Trent, not polished. Such a difference with an intern real portfolio versus a professional. Again, in a room with animators, it'll be one expression, one tiny little move that'll get somebody an internship. Same with art and story on the creative side and TDs. It's the potential, it's the ideas. That is more important than anything polished. So that's the only thing I would add.
I love that, Allison, because I remember years and years ago, Pixar reel making the rounds online, and it was on 2s and 4s. It was an animation reel. It wasn't polished. It wasn't in between, but it had very unique choices. And it goes to show that it's all about those choices, whether it's animation or any other department. How about you, Lori? Any last bits you want to add on top of that?
I just want to mention that, and people have touched upon it, but the job description is really the guide to what we're looking for in terms of what we want to see on your resume or your reel. So pay attention to that. The more things that you can tick off of that, the better your chances are of being a good fit for the role. And then I also wanted to add potential. Again, our supervisors are really looking for, you may not be there at the time, but they can see potential. And also, your attitude, even in the way you present or your written word is on either your cover letter or your resume. Because again, when we're interviewing and I'm with the supervisors, your attitude and your energy goes a long way. And the great thing about an internship is that you're starting fresh. So our supervisors get to tell you or show you how they would like things done. And because, you haven't really done that much, you're not used to doing things a certain way. So they can guide you into how they would like to see things done at our studio.
Well said, Lori. And I love what you're talking about, doing the research, reading the outline of that job, looking up online. I know a lot of the studios have information on their websites too. And I'll also just add, if you don't know, each of the Disney studios here have a booth in the expo to the left of the main stage. So recruiters will be there to answer further questions on that. But yeah, I'd love to, since we touched on networking there a little bit, I know when I was trying to get a job as a Disney trainee, I spent years building relationships with recruiters, Matt Roberts and Don Yamazi, who I think you all know. And but it can be a tough thing to navigate, right? I hear this question a lot of LinkedIn messages, a lot of how do I build this relationship and not come on too strong or not come on too light, and especially the last like 2 years with the global pandemic has changed, festivals and that, and hopefully we're returning to normal. But I'd just love to just throw it out there and just hear if you have any networking tips and things you do or do not respond to with networking, because I think both are important. So I'm going to throw it to Allison because you're nodding.
I was just being polite. No,
yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
I mean, in this day and age with social media and everything, networking, I think, is so much easier now than it was a long, long time ago. I think right off the top of my head, joining organizations. Sometimes for example, you can get a mentor and things like that. So there's a lot of good organizations, and I think that can give you a connection within the industry. I think there's nothing wrong. We love referrals. Most of our hiring at Pixar is done through referrals. So also connecting someone at a studio through an alumni organization, networking at a conference like CTN. Clearly we can't interact recruiting. I'll just speak for us all. Can't interact with everybody all the time on LinkedIn or hand out our emails from our studios, but there are many ways to get your foot in the door, and especially if you've got someone within a studio. There's conferences, social media, and networking. Yeah,
I love that. Lex, would you like to build on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with all of that. And I think talking about like the time we have to respond to stuff on LinkedIn, I think it's important to create some framework that, when we have open positions, we in the recruiter seats are managing a lot of communications with our stakeholders. We're usually working on multiple positions. And so we're working out issues about process, getting to understand the job descriptions. And that might be for 10 or 15 jobs. Some of us have more than that at one time. And then we're trying to engage with candidates with referrals. Of course, we mentioned like that being so important as we prioritize. So there's a lot of communications going on. And I think that's context for why we might not be as responsive on LinkedIn and to getting outreach from people who we don't necessarily already know. So I think it goes to what was already being said in some ways, to be really thoughtful and intentional. We want you to shoot your shot, but are you reaching out to a recruiter about a job that we're actively working on? I think that's important. If you see a posting, you see an opportunity, that's something that you can speak directly to us, and it's on our plate right now. We want to see candidates that can fill one of those open opportunities. And then when you're doing that, are you, again, being intentional, being thoughtful about our time? Are you sending us your materials again? Are you sending us your passwords again, even if it's through LinkedIn? Because that's your time. If you message me saying, hey, I saw this job, can I apply? Can I send you my resume? That might have been your shot. Like it wasn't already there. And then I might say yes, but get buried in work before I look at it again, right? So I think that's a very long-winded way of saying like, think about what our intentions are, which is ultimately going to be to meet the needs of our studio. So if you can reach out to us when it feels appropriate, because there's an open job you're interested in, that makes sense for us. And then you're more likely to get a response. And if you include your materials at that time, you're more likely to get a response.
That's great. And Lex, I love what you're saying about making it easy for all of you, because again, you're looking at hundreds of portfolios. I'm sure you're all working many hours and just making that the easiest for you to click and get into things. Samantha, do you mind building on that from a Marvel perspective? How do I get a job at Marvel? How do I network there, Samantha?
And I think you said the perfect word is relationship. Sometimes, when candidates are shooting their shot, it's, hey, give me your time right now. I would love to do that, but you wouldn't approach a person in a grocery store like that. So it's really hard to approach us like that because we just don't always have that kind of time. So yes, be intentional. Give us all of your work and then apply online. And then when we see your name in our LinkedIn, on our social media, on Instagram, link, whatever, it's like, oh yeah, that person that reached out or that person that I met at that conference. And it makes a faster connection because it's relationship.
Yes, that's so important, Samantha. And Allison touched on something too, just saying, finding a mentor in networking. And I know for me, Samantha, to your point, it was finding someone that I connect with. Maybe they're from my hometown, maybe they went to my school, maybe they had a similar journey, and it makes it that more personable and not just that random copy and paste LinkedIn message. So I love that. Lori, anything to add to that?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to focus on networking. And I know people feel, networking. Just think of it as making friends. Really, that's what it is. And for me, networking is really tapping into my friendships. And I mean, that's the way I got my job at Lucasfilm, Industrial Light and Magic. I knew people who worked at ILM. And I had just moved to the Bay Area. We had a little 7-year-old. My son was 7 at the time. And I got a job at LucasArts, which was a game company back in the day. And I started off as a receptionist. And 5 years later, I moved over to ILM. And then now, almost 30 years later, I'm still here. So networking, making friends, getting to know people has a big place in my heart in terms of my career, because that's what helped me get my job at ILM. So, don't be afraid to make friends. And I know you know what, really tap into your friendships, because you never know who knows someone else or has worked at a studio that you're interested in. But go that route first if you're very uncomfortable with it. It's easy for us. We go to events, we meet lots of people, so it's easy for us to network. But I understand it's hard, especially when you're starting off. But tap into your friendships and just think of it as making new friends.
I love that perspective, Lori. We're all friends here now. And Lori, it's so great. We've known each other a little bit, and it's I would say you're such a friendly person and always so nice. And I just love what you're saying about, that's how you can get your foot into the industry. And it's also a small industry, right? Those friends that you make along the way, 10 years down the road, they might hire you at another studio, give you an opportunity. So be a nice person. That's a good thing.
If I could even add to that, because I agree with everything Lori said. And I also think when you're networking and we talk about friendship, it's not just networking up. It's not just finding the person who can do something for you right now because they're in the position, right? It's networking across all levels. It's looking left and right to the people next to you in class and looking at the people who are beneath you, because you just don't know where anybody in this industry is going to go. And they might not be able to connect you to an opportunity right now. But it might be a couple of years from now where they end up in a leadership position and they think about you, and they can speak to the quality of your work or your commitment, your willingness to learn. So I would say, look at everybody in the community as someone as you could potentially network with.
I love that, Lex. That's well said, because we're all just working with other human beings, and they can feel when you're trying to network for the job and manage up. So well said, Lex. Erica, would you like to add anything on top of the networking point of view?
I was literally gonna say that, but I will also no, we're on the same page, Lex. This is good. At least we're consistent. But the one thing I will add is don't underestimate honing in on your craft. Like nowadays with LinkedIn, social media, you really can put work out there that will start a conversation. We spend so much time sourcing, which is looking for talent that's not even actively looking for a job. So if you're really just vibing on what you do, doing what you love, the conversations will start. So put effort into really sharing your voice, putting it out there, and the conversation will start. The organic way of building networks, which is the more you immerse yourself in this world, the better, right? If you're shy to go to an event or shy to attend one of these, or stop by the booth, right? We have booths where we'll have recruiters and other studio representatives. It's like step out of your comfort zone and just show up. That's the first step to getting out there and building more relationships. So that's what I wanted to add. Yeah.
Well said, Erica. And then I got to say here too, we're hearing from the chat that Lex got a ton of thumbs up for that answer too. And Erica, you building off it. So way to go. I think it's so important. And, Erica, to your point, I'm just going to jump back to a previous question I'm seeing here in the chat, which is from Dimitri in the audience. What about those of us who are no longer in school and still looking for opportunities in internships and entry-level jobs, or haven't had the chance to build their portfolio or skills yet, unpolished work? Is there a chance for us? And Erica, you kind of touched on just putting yourself out there. I know for me, it took 5 years to get a trainee position at Disney. And, things have changed. There's Instagram now. You can put work out there. Recruiters look at that stuff. Can you talk to just continuing putting your work out there? And maybe Erica, I'll start with you again.
Yes. So no, it's never too late. I think it's about doing the work, like there's one thing about wanting something and then it's very different going after it. If you have no experience and maybe let's just say, right, you went to school and majored in finance and 5 years later you find yourself wanting to take an artistic role. It's taking the necessary steps, right? So you're attending this conference for a reason, doing the research, take that research, what you learned, and put it into action. So look up artists that work at many of these studios that you admire. Their work is out there. Look at what they're putting out there, and that's a starting point as to what to aim for. But of course, always putting your voice. Start learning the tools. There's a lot of free tutorials out there and even free trials for tools that you can use so that you can start putting work. I will say it's not always about the education. It really is about the talent. So if you have the talent but don't have the resources to go after an education, there's a lot of organizations that offer scholarships or fellowships. So don't take no for an answer. Just be relentless, but put in the work. So start off, even if it's really bad, just start putting something on and build your way up. Take the feedback, readjust, and then continue to build your way up. But you won't get anywhere unless you start. Like speaking from someone that came from the business world into animation, it's all about really genuinely being curious, learning, and taking action.
Thank you, Erica, for elaborating on that. That's great. And I'm seeing one more question here in the chat from Starlin, who is Starlin I know from Rise Up. She's a Rise Up participant. Do you offer any kind of training programs? Hi, Starlin. Great question. I'll throw out there to the group. Most of you post them on your websites. Erica, you just mentioned doing your research and making sure you're looking everything up. Does anyone else want to add to ways to find out about internships or training programs? I'll throw it out to the group.
Yeah, I can talk specifically to Pixar. There's great resources online called Pixar in a Box, and Pixar connected with the Khan Academy. And so every artist has done one on what is animation down to the nuts and bolts, and they give recommendations and things like that. And I want to just add, we sort of have a joke here. People who work at Pixar never gave up. So everybody's got a story, and I, and how many times, Trent, I hear your story, like how many times, this isn't to discourage you, but how many times it might have taken someone to apply. But there's a great story I just want to share real quick, and a shout out to an amazing animator here named Jamie Ryan. She has no idea I'm even doing this, but she went to school and graduated, never got a job and ended up working like for a fire department in their office for, I don't know, like 7 years, and kept staying in touch at the time with our head of animation. And she kept doing online classes and online schools because some interns have some kind of criteria. So we're not going to hire somebody who's got professional experience, but you've got to be continually learning. And so, gosh, I don't even know what it's been, 5 years now. She finally got in, but there is someone who never gave up and again, had to get a real job, as they say. but kept learning. And so I also just want to encourage, do not give up if this is your passion and this is what you want to do. She is a perfect example of someone who did it.
Way to go, Allison. That's perfect, because I know we talked to a lot of students through Rise Up, and they say, I just graduated and I can't get a job. It can be tough out there, and continued education, same thing for myself. I needed that to get a job, and I'll say we all learn at different paces, and that's okay. And I love what you're talking about, just continuing that curiosity for the job and the disciplines. So well said.
If I can clarify, Allison brought up a great point. For internships, you do have to be in school for, I want to say most, if not all of them. So I do want to clarify that there will be an education requirement, but sometimes for trainee programs or professional positions, it really comes down to your real portfolio, especially professional positions. It's the real and portfolio. So that's where, for those of you that are saying it's too late for me to go back to school, really take the resources that you can and put together the reel and portfolio to apply for those types of roles.
That's great, Erica. And I'm sure every company, and just even outside of Disney too, have their own requirements, whether it's 2 years after school or 5 years. So make sure to check out those details. But there's lots of opportunities out there. So do your research for sure. That's great. Thank you for talking through all that. I'm going to change topics a little bit, but it definitely has to do with networking, and I'd love to hear, because I know at Rise Up Animation, we believe that the future of our industry really does depend on more inclusive and diverse storytelling. And being at Disney, I'm seeing the efforts firsthand. Can you speak from a recruiting point of view, what the mission is at your studios and kind of strategic approach towards diversity at the studio and making a change? And I'm going to throw that over to Lori. Right off the bat.
Okay, sure. Visual effects, which has like the hardest time with diversity in the entertainment industry, but we are taking that challenge on because we want to make a change. So we are definitely increasing diversity across all levels at our studios. And from the talent perspective, we're partnering with organizations like Women in Animation, Animated. I think we've even done stuff with Rise Up Animation. So we are definitely working to that point. Additionally, we're looking internally to promote women and people of color into higher leadership levels. So that really is kind of what we're looking to do. We also have a lot of employee resource groups within the company where people, when they come to Lucasfilm or ILM, can find a home with other people who have the same interests, and you can have kind of be a part of a community with people of like minds. We're also really doing a good job on attracting more junior level talent. We have a program called Jedi Academy. And for one of our areas, 5 of the 6 people in San Francisco were diverse from that program. And so now that mindset is now becoming a part of mid-level and senior level hiring as well. Yeah, that's what we're doing to kind of do our part and to make things more diverse at ILM.
That's great, Lori. And seriously, who doesn't want to be part of something called Jedi Academy? I mean, like, sign me up. Allison, how does that differ at Pixar, or is it the same?
Yeah, I could talk about this forever. We are so incredibly passionate about diversity and inclusion at Pixar. We are all about building community. We've got, like Lori, the employee resource groups, we call them studio resource groups, refer to them as SRGs. There are different pockets of communities throughout the studio. So anyone can be a part of any of those, however they connect, identify, whatever it is. And each of those employee resource groups are sponsored by an executive. So there's a lot of accountability, which is amazing. And so our executives, they are hands-on, they are aware, they are in it. It is amazing to see. We have an incredible diversity and inclusion team headed up by Britta Wilson. And she holds everybody accountable. So there is an ownership and a responsibility to each one of us. And as folks on this panel know, you're so proud to be on the front lines and getting to watch it in action, right? Changing an industry, changing the way it looks, the way it feels, the way it sounds. That is the best part of my job. We have other things at Pixar. It starts internally too. So we have a leadership development team. Shout out to them. They have created courses on mitigating bias. So even before we interview, anybody on an interview team goes through that training. Recruiting provides inclusive interviewing training as well. So it starts there. Recruiters can bring in all kinds of diversity. I think we've always done it, but it's getting everybody else to look at things differently. And a studio that's committed to having new voices, different stories. It's about time. And so again, I could go on and on the rest of the time. So thanks for that question.
Yeah. Hey, we got 22 minutes. Let's just keep it going then. That's great, Allison. And it's such a good point that recruiting has been doing that for a long time, getting the rest of everybody else on board. And I mean, I'll just throw this into the mix of this question and jump over to you, Lex, because I just love what you're saying there. And recruitment is a big part of that change. And I have to give a shout out to Turning Red, Domi Shi from Toronto, Canada. I mean, the impact of hiring those unique voices and seeing a movie like Turning Red, which is by far my new favorite movie.
And also our first all-female leadership team on a film.
Yes, if everyone watching hasn't seen the Disney Plus special behind the scenes there, watching that all female leadership team from producer to VFX soup to director, writer, and head of story, it's incredible. So well worth the watch. Lex, I see you're itching to talk.
I was ready.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with so much, like everything that's been said here. And I think, to really focus in on recruiting and what this means for, I think, a lot of people who are listening now who want to be candidates is that, we are committed to telling more diverse stories. And it's not just having diverse characters in the backgrounds, right? But having those characters be at the forefront of their own stories. We want to do that authentically, which requires that we often have creative leadership that can really understand the perspectives of those characters and the settings that we have these worlds taking place in, and down the line for artists. And that doesn't exclude anybody else from being a part of the story, but we have to find ways to really talk about cultural competency and find ways to make sure that we're telling these stories authentically. And I think sometimes people who are applying for jobs and hear us talking about this language and feel like some way, somehow they might be excluded. Like, can they be a part of the Proud Family? Just saying that because it's from my studio. If they're not Black, and the answer is 100% yes. We want to include everybody into these stories. What we want to make sure we're doing, though, is telling those authentically. So I think cultural competency is a great way to start thinking about the qualifications, right, for people coming into these stories. And I think, be prepared to demonstrate when you're applying for a show or you're expressing interest in a show, to demonstrate and tell people in that leadership role, like, how does that story resonate with you? How do you connect with the characters? How do you plan to tell these stories? You don't have to know everything. How will you research and get more information, tap your resources so that you're telling these stories authentically? So I think, just to help people frame it from a creative perspective as an applicant, we still, of course, want to hear from everybody, but authenticity is at the core of what we're trying to do.
Love that, Lex. Authenticity is at the core, and well said. Samantha, I want to throw it over to you. From the Marvel perspective, Marvel's always breaking new ground too, right? Whether it's Black Panther or Eternals. How does that, what's your point of view from the recruiting department?
From the recruiting department, we want our stories and our audiences to align. We want them to look like each other. But I think on the recruiting side, for me, it's helping applicants, prospects, candidates to realize that they do have an authentic voice. Again, back to the dating analogy, sorry. Sometimes as a candidate, you want to put on your date face. You want to put on your best face and do what you think would be welcome instead of just being yourself. And we're looking for those authentic voices. So come as your whole self and be comfortable in that space, because that's what we're looking for. That's what we want to add to our stories. So from a recruiting perspective, that's what I try to do.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, Samantha. And Erica, do you want to add on to the speed dating metaphor at Disney feature? I know for me, just being a small part of Encanto and watching that movie come out and hearing the unique voices in there has been incredible. How does that affect Disney feature, Erica?
Yes, and I couldn't agree more with the speed dating. When we get rejections, we truly take it to heart. But no, to talk about the diversity in our voices, I think Disney Animation. I'll quote our Chief Creative Officer, Jen. She says, "We want to tell stories of the world by people from the world, from all over the world." And that is exactly what I think we're always striving towards. To your point, recruitment, we've always done our best to bring in the talent. But of course, we have to see it through, right? So as a studio, similar to what others have said, we have employee resource groups that helps us hone in on that, because to Allison's point, it does start internally. And I think the great thing about Disney Animation is that we genuinely care. I think every person that you talk to, we may not understand or have the right words, but we genuinely care. So there's a lot of resources to help, again, take action. It's not just talk the talk, but walk the walk. We have space, especially with everything that's going on in the world. The studio does create a space for us to share courageous voices, for us to give input and feedback on the stories that we are telling. We have everything from cultural trust to focus groups, to even as employees, we get to pitch our own stories that get, they get picked up and they stream on Disney Plus. So there's a lot of opportunities to amplify voices, and also to course correct, right? If we're not heading the way that we feel as a studio we want to represent, or if we feel we're not doing justice to our viewers or fans, consumers. So a lot of opportunities and different channels to be able to amplify the different authentic voices.
I love that, Erica. And it just, I mean, from my perspective, especially animating at the studio for years, I mean, I remember going through it on Moana and having a cultural trust come in with that movie, and what a learning experience for everybody to learn about the South Pacific people and even the nuances of everything. I can just expand on what Erica said, that, and I think I can speak for all the studios here, the efforts internally of training and mentorship and pitch programs is incredible. So I'll just open it up to the room in case anyone else wants to add on top of that, if we're missing anything, and maybe just add on to that too. If we talked a lot about internal stuff, what about attracting diverse talent? That's that there can be many ways to do that. Going to schools, maybe starting younger. How do your respective studios attract that talent? And I'm going to throw it to Allison because your mic's off. You weren't nodding this time. You're just.
I know. I'm clearly too engaged. Yeah.
Allison, you didn't know that was the signal, did you?
I got things set up. Okay, attracting talent. Yes. All right. So again, speaking for Pixar, we are in this funky little town called Emeryville, and it's a very diverse community. So we do a lot of work in our own backyard, which is great, and working with high schools and communities. We have a volunteer program where employees are paid 8 hours a year to volunteer their time, and they get paid for it. So just in terms of like becoming more accessible to communities at large. We've got an incredible talent outreach program where we've got someone, shout out to Mana DeKnight, to always getting us places within underrepresented communities, conferences within the US and internationally. So we have a lot of stuff set up just to, I think it's accessibility. I think a long time ago, Pixar specifically, we were sort of this, I don't know, this place you couldn't get into, which was crazy. We actually weren't out in the world a whole lot, but that changed, I don't know, about 10 years ago, where we just made it more of a priority. So super exciting, all the stuff that we get to participate in now.
That's great, the accessibility to that. And I'll also just add to, I think, Lori, you mentioned it, there are incredible groups out there: women in animation, Black and animated, Latinx in animation, Rise Up Animation. Those are free resources, and a lot of employees from these studios right here are volunteers in those organizations. They have mentorship programs. They talk to high school students. They talk to college students and postgrads. So there's definitely stuff out there. Lex, I'm going to throw it to you because you're not nodding or don't have your mic off.
Well, I was going to say, with all the things you listed, I also include AfroAnimation. I think
Yes,
we're all here right now doing this work because we want to make sure that people from diverse communities know about the opportunities we have at our studio, understand our commitments, understand the avenues to contact us, to network, to apply to jobs that we have at our studios. You know, this is one of the ways that we show up because we as recruiters too can't do everything all the time. So we rely on our partners like these wonderful folks who organize this event to help us connect to talent and see all there is to see and hopefully continue being able to engage people from all walks of life. But yeah, I'd like shout out to AfroAnimation. I was like, do that too.
Oh, Lex, you're gonna get some more thumbs up in the chat from that. Well said. And this is, I have to say, it's incredible because AfroAnimation's only in their second year here running this program digitally, and the first year was incredible turnout. It's so well organized, and I know I've kept in touch with a lot of people I met last year. So great job there. Does anyone else, Erica, would you like to add on to that, attracting talent at Feature Animation?
Yes, I think is for us a big initiative that we're doing is putting our talent in the spotlight. I think oftentimes people are so enamored by the stories we're telling, but it's people like us that are doing the work behind the scenes. So our design team is doing an amazing job, design, marketing, PR. They're doing a great job at telling the stories of our people and putting them in the light as to what was their journey, how did they get started, etc. And also huge shout out to Nicole Dio for school relations. We know you have to start early, right? Because there's a lot of people out there that don't know about these careers. I saw a couple of comments of like, what if I'm not an artist? How do I get into animation? And it's about telling those stories of, even if you're not an artist, there's a job for you. So Nicole Dio is doing an amazing job at leading the efforts at an early age. We had an amazing high school program. We're looking at ways to penetrate talent early on. And then, of course, at the pro level, it's about sharing that it is accessible. To Allison's point, I think oftentimes people look at these major studios and think there's no way if I don't know anyone, and that's not the case. So just showing that it is attainable, you just have to put in the work, and kind of, pulling down the curtain and showing what's under the shiny hood. It's like, it's a lot of hard work. And then of course, sourcing, the recruiters do a great job at going after talent through different tools. And then to Lex's point, events like this where it allows us to get closer and get out there. So make sure you visit our booths. There will be additional representatives there. So Nicole Dio will be present if you want to meet with her, and other amazing recruiters from all of our studios. So make sure you stop there as well.
Yeah, stop by those booths. And Erica, I'm just going to hang on something you mentioned there, which is, because I get this question a lot, is I can't draw, but I really want to work in animation. I guess I can't get a job. I can't draw like Glenn Keane or Bruce Smith or any of these people. How do I get a job? And I think what a lot of people don't know, the misconception is, and I'll speak for Disney Features, we have 1,000+ people in the studio. Maybe 400 of those are artistic disciplines, but then we have everything from support staff, environment maintenance, recruitment, production teams, computer scientists, MIT grads. I mean, the studio is filled with this diverse group of talent. Can you all speak to maybe your journeys into the industry, or how you found out about recruiting was right for you, and tips you can give to people that don't draw but want to be in the industry? And Lex, I'll throw it to you.
I'm so excited to talk about this.
Yes.
I'm from a one-stoplight town in Ohio, and I didn't have exposure to anything. And I always loved cartoons and comic books, but I had no idea what steps it took to even begin that process. I didn't know what my options were, and I didn't know what I didn't know. But at some point through college and having met with people who were working in film and stuff, I made the jump to LA, and then I was able to finally get like an administrative job in a studio where I started to be able to learn about visual effects, about animation. And some of that, is luck, to be honest. But I had some professional experience going into that because I started making really personal connections with my passion and the work that I was doing. My first real job, I think, was at a theme park design company. My first real job. I mean, I'd worked before that, but you know what I mean? My first office job was at a theme park design company. And I was able to make such a profound connection to where I grew up. I grew up near Cedar Point, what I was doing there. So I think my passion got me in the door at one place that helped me start building the experience to start to move closer to what I really wanted to do. And so I didn't really get a lot of education where I grew up in art and storytelling. I didn't even know where to start when I got to college. I ended up being an English major, but I got to this point of once I was in and I knew people and I was so passionate about what was going on and I had an artistic eye, I was talking to artists, I was connecting with artists, I was trusted to be someone who could build relationships with talent and who could start to evaluate portfolios. And I found myself in the position where I am now, where it's like I had no idea early, right, when I was 18 to 22, how I was going to get here. But I just kept driving towards what I really loved and not going after opportunities that weren't right for me, if that makes sense. There were times when I could have strayed off for money, for whatever it might have been. And I stayed really focused on what I love and being part of the community I wanted to contribute to. And as we've said it nonstop, relationships, right? So having people who really understood my passion, what I wanted to do, and were in my corner to support and mentor me.
I love that, Lex. Thanks for elaborating on that. And I'm seeing in the chat here, I hate to switch gears so quickly but I think, Lex, you covered a lot of that. I know we only have 5 minutes left, but an important question in the chat came up, which is, do you have people with disabilities at work in the industry or at your respective businesses? And is it okay to report a disability on jobs like ADHD or autism? I know from my personal experience, yes, I work with tons of folks that have varying degrees of disorders. Can you speak to that, please? We don't have a whole lot of time, but I'd love to hear. Allison, I'm going to pick on you again because your mic's off again.
P.S. My mic is off because because if I don't do that, I'm that person who will just start talking and be muted. So I'm trying to save myself some embarrassment. Yeah, short answer, yes, absolutely. We've got folks with disabilities and disclosing is fine. I mean, that's the simple answer. Yeah, I wouldn't want anybody to be discouraged because they feel like it's not an inclusive, welcoming place, or that based on certain disabilities, things are not set up for folks with disabilities. But yeah, short answer, absolutely don't let that discourage you from applying.
Great. Thank you, Allison. And I'm going to bring on Rio for a moment here. If you don't know Rio and Travone, they're represented behind the curtains, in front of the curtains, in the middle of the curtains. Thank you, Rio, for everything with AfroAnimation. We love it. We love it. This was so fun.
No, thank you, Trent. You did a great job. You said you were going to bring the energy, and you did. And I have to tell you, I'm looking at, gosh, a screen of 3 women, 2 men, 4 women, my apologies, and, an African-American woman. And this is what AfroAnimation is about. It's about the connection. And so I want to thank Disney. I want to thank all the studios represented here, TV Animation, Pixar, Lucasfilm. Oh my gosh, throw one out if I'm missing one. Pixar, Lucasfilm, Marvel.
Television, Disney Television.
What's that?
Disney Television Animation.
Of course, Disney Television Animation. So you guys did an amazing job. And I just want to tell the 1,000 or so people who were listening here in the Hop-In platform, and then the 50 to 100 or so that are on YouTube, and the several hundred that are on different platforms. When would you ever get a chance to be in a room with 5 recruiters from the Walt Disney Company? And we've got more for you. Tomorrow, we'll have the non-Disney edition, if you will, with recruiters from Warner Brothers and Nickelodeon and DreamWorks Animation. But I have to say, this was such a special treat. And I just want to just thank you guys, and thank you not only for your sponsorship, but for being here. And I got to say, Lex, you are, you're creating such a buzz online right now. You've got your little fan base going on. So well done. Allison, I think people want you to turn your mic on more so you won't get picked on by Trent. But the response has been phenomenal to this panel. So I wanted to just jump in here. Thank you. And just ask folks to stick around for the next panel, which will be in the next 3 minutes or so. Right.
Hello, and welcome back for another amazing conversation today. This is AfroAnimation 2.0, and welcome to Drawing Ourselves, Being Black in Animation. Before we jump in, we want to thank the AfroAnimation sponsors of today's panel, DreamWorks Animation. My name is Stevie Carter, pronoun she, her, and I'm a production executive at Netflix, and I oversee development for our animated features. And I'm so thrilled to talk to our impressive panelists for the topic that's dear to my heart. We have so much to discuss, so I just want to jump right in and start with just some introductions. So we'll start with Adrian.
Hello, my name is Adrian Bob. I'm the creator of Exocentric Productions. I'm a writer, director with 15 years in the VFX animation and video game industries. And yeah, I'm really grateful to be on the panel.
Amazing. You're a Renaissance man. I like that. And I'm going to bring in, this one's interesting because there are brothers. Maybe we can bring in Justin and then I'll go to Chris.
My name is Justin Copeland. I've been in animation for just about 12 years. I started as a storyboard artist at Marvel, then went to Warner Brothers, where I also was promoted to director of DVD features. Ran a couple shows with my brother, and now we're in development at DreamWorks on a feature. So yeah, thanks for having us. This is dope.
Welcome. Yeah, and Chris, come on in.
He said it.
He said it. Does that happen between you guys? Brother competition?
Yes.
Y'all fight? No.
he has 5 kids. He and his wife had 5 kids. Me and my wife had 4. So he won.
Wow. That's quite the competition, but that's fun.
That's it. But yeah, same. I think I came out to LA maybe 6 or 7 months before Justin did. So everything that he said, directing, started off as a storyboard artist. But yeah, now directing and development at DreamWorks feature.
That's amazing, and congratulations on you both. And we have Fred Nolan, and he'll jump in a little bit, but we're just going to go ahead and get started.
Sweet.
So, we're going to start with, you guys all have unique paths. I just want to see, what is your journey? What inspired you to get started in animation in this industry? It's so beautiful seeing all your faces. How did we get here? Adrian, you want to kick us off?
Sure. It's one of those weird trajectories. I actually went to school for fine arts, visual arts, specifically in illustration and medical illustration specifically. And I loved, even as a kid, I was drawing dinosaurs and aliens and robots, just literally the moment I could write, probably a little earlier than that. So it just made a lot of sense that I would go into the arts and kind of explore that more. And my first way in was as a storyboard artist for a few History Channel shows. And during then, I wasn't taught anything digital at that point. So I was entirely traditional. And I just went into Photoshop, started teaching myself. That was like a chain of events that led to ZBrush because I had a sculpting background. That led me into more 3D, started working for Ubisoft, then started working for a ton of other shows, worked on The Expanse for a couple of years, just recently finished some work for Mars Studios on Moon Knight. So it's been crazy. And it's not at all what I trained for, but it's definitely the kind of stuff I've always loved to do.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a great story to show, like, there's no right path. It's
not linear.
It's a bunch of wrong paths that are all the right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the thing, my North Star was my passion, because I just needed to tell stories visually, and whether it was with a pencil or with a stylus, I just had to do it. So it brought me to the right place in the end.
Yeah. No, that's great. And actually, I want to ask somebody else who's going to welcome here. Fred, come on in. Fred's late to the party. He likes to show up a little late when it gets started. Fred, what's up? Hi.
I just wanted to make sure you guys were warmed up.
Yes, we're getting the crowd ready for you. Fred, do you want to quickly introduce yourself? And then I'm going to hammer you guys with some questions. We're all going to chat, hang out, have a good time. So who are you, Fred? Tell us a little bit about you.
Fred Nolan, Oakland-based visual storyteller.
Amazing. And we're going to get to know more about that. So Fred, we're also talking about everyone's inspirations, how we all got here. We're Black folks in animation. Ain't it special? So we want to figure out what inspired everybody here. So I'll start with Chris. What inspired you, or Justin? You guys, I don't know if we're tag team. I'm going to separate you out.
Justin and I, we came up born and raised in Chicago. And the thing about Chicago is, like, you don't know what industry you love drawing, but you're like, there's no industry in Chicago that you can jump into other than tagging. Like, and that's not that good of a lucrative of an industry to jump into as an artist doing graffiti. But we started off trying to break into comic books, and we would go to different comic conventions, and it was great because you're meeting the individuals that are drawing these things that you're so enamored by. And what it did is it sort of challenged you to put down more art, to just draw. And so we tried that for a few years. And as we began to get momentum, we began meeting some folks, a lot of homies, Phil Barraza, lead designer of the Young Justice series at Warner Brothers, Joaquim Dos Santos, who is, the TV animation guy. You start meeting these guys online and they're going, hey man, you should try to get into animation. And so that happened to me. They were just going like, your style and everything you do is so animated. Like you should move out to LA and try to get in. And so in 2009, my wife and I, with our 1-year-old, we had like $3,500. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go out there. At least I'll be in the proximity. A year before that, I was invited to Warner Brothers studio by Phil Barraza. And he was just like, hey man, you should come here and just sort of meet people and sort of see what it's like. So getting that experience and being in the studio, it was unbelievable. So fast forward to that year later when my wife and I decided to move out here, I said, you know what, I'll get whatever jobs I need to get. I had applications for Rouse and Sam's Club or whatever. I was just like, I'll get some jobs and then I'll just draw at night. The day after I moved out here, Joaquim Dos Santos, he sent me a text message and he was just like, hey man, it was really cool meeting you. You seem like a really cool guy. You're really talented. He's like, I can't promise you anything, but I feel like if you moved out to LA, you'd have a better chance of getting in. And I go, homie, I moved out here yesterday. And he's like, my producer's gonna call you. Click. He hangs up, and sure enough, Bobby Page, shout out to Bobby, the producer at Warner Brothers TV. She called me up, and they offered me a job as a storyboard revisionist at Warner Brothers. And so that was the start of my career. I came out, my desire was to do character design. And then Joaquim said, hey man, look, there's only a few character designers per studio. It's a hard one to get into. He was like, honestly, I think you should get into storyboarding. He was like, nobody wants to flirt around with 2D action storyboard. It breaks people. Like, and I was like, yo, sign me up. Let's go. And that was the kickoff for me. So 2009, I got thrown into the storyboard pit, and 12 years later, I'm more addicted than I ever been.
You're still here. And then did you call Justin? And Justin, what happened? Did you say my brother's out in LA? He's living his best life. What's up?
Not far. Yeah.
Yeah. So my point of view of that story is we were kind of at a crossroads. We couldn't break into comics because it's a weird industry. And we were sort of like just looking for something else. Like I knew since I was 5 that I was going to be a film director. That was my job. That was my goal. Growing up though in poverty, I mean, I don't have a camera, so we had to find another way for that visual outlet. And our uncle would send us boxes of comics and we would just read through them. We're like, yo, this stuff is dope, man. And we just started drawing. It wasn't anything, there's no magical talent fairy, we just started drawing, and to us it looked great, And from there, excuse me, we, like Chris said, tried to break into comics. I was in film school at one point. It was very expensive. I could no longer attend. I couldn't afford it. But just never stopped drawing and going to different conventions and meeting tons of people. That was like the most important part. We thought we were going there to try to find jobs, but the best thing that happened was just meeting that tribe, meeting that community. Yeah. And I see in the comments, people already linking up, that's the best thing you could do. Yeah. So this dude is like, yo, man, I'm moving out to LA. And I'm like, no, you ain't. Cause he always was saying that. He'd be like, he was moving somewhere all the time. I'm going to move here, da, da, da. And I'm like, all right, I mean, I don't think he is, but we'll see. So then one day, we get all the way to the point where we're having their going away dinner. It's just his family and my family. We were really small at the time. We hug and all this other stuff, and they drive off. And I'm sitting in the middle of the street, and I'm like, this fool really leaving.
That was a big prank. You thought he was going to go around the block, come back.
Can you tell who the younger crazy brother is?
I'm starting to pick up on the psychology on this.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, okay, wow, he's taking a risk. And I'm very, excuse me, I'm not risk averse. I'm always trying to plan things out. And he's just like, sometimes you got to jump, man, So he flew out to LA. I came to visit a few months later. It wasn't even that long. And while I was there, I had my portfolio, just a bunch of comic drawings from years and years of trying to break in, and folks at the studio were looking at it and they're like, yo, man, you can get a job in 2 minutes if you moved out here. So went back home, and my wife and I were talking. We need to sacrifice a baby goat, get rid of all that stuff, do whatever we got to do to get out here, pray. And it turned out it was like the right time. And I came out a few weeks later. Some of the folks I had met at that Warner Brother visit moved on to Marvel and were like, we need board artists. Can you do it? I'm like, yeah, let's go. And that was it. And from there, it's all about, once I got in there, I almost got fired a few times. It's a very scary thing. I got 2 kids, I got a wife.
Yeah.
But learning the industry, learning everything you can, and then seeing how you fit, or seeing, can you make a niche for yourself as an artist? Because like, there's not a lot of Black folks to follow. We didn't have that person we could look to and be like, that's our, person. And, Joaquin and Phil and all them guys were like, screw that crap, man. You better get on, you better get going, so
draw.
yeah. And from there,
That's
we just kind of
incredible.
learn the ropes.
No, I love that. And I keep hearing from you guys, you say comics are weird. And we have somebody who does comics. So I want to hear a little bit from Fred about the weirdness of comics. No, what's your journey, Fred? Tell us about comics. What inspired you to go that direction? Because I see Adrian had his path. Everyone's taking different directions. What's your direction?
Well, I think I'm a weirdo, so that's why I went with comics, because they are weird. Like
It's adding up. It's starting to add up. No.
Well, it's funny because like there's not like I think Adrian said like there's not like one path into these things, and that's very similar with comics because like it's such a diffuse thing. Like you can do the superhero route, you can do like that kind of indie memoir kind of thing. You can do whatever else, like science fiction. There's something for everybody. And yeah, I kind of knocked around that scene for a long time before I kind of found like, and I guess I'm just like a glutton for punishment because like I had no success and I just kept coming back for more. It's what my mother used to call giving somebody nothing but face. Like you're like fighting and not putting your hands up and just smack, smack, smack. That was me. That was me.
Yeah. I love it.
But yeah, and I eventually found my path. Like my path was like doing like a hybrid between memoir and history comics, and that's worked really well for me. And it's been very very inspiring. It's really like made it worthwhile.
No, I love that, and I love that each of you found your own. Well, he'll be back. He'll be back. I promise.
You don't need him. You don't need him.
We got
I'm
one
here.
brother.
It's fine. Yeah,
you got
you'll
one.
be okay.
You got
Don't
both.
worry.
It's fine. All of you found your own path, your own direction, and what rung true for me is not seeing yourself, not knowing this is a path when you're young. Because I think when you're coming up, when I told my parents I work in animation, they're like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, that's nice." Like for kids, and they didn't really understand, the power of that. So it's just so amazing now to have a room like this and people can really see, there's a path. We're here. There's more room for everybody. But holding true that we didn't grow up with that, and seeing the stories. I don't know if you guys feel, but I didn't see myself very often. I didn't see myself anywhere. I just assumed that was the norm. And now we're seeing some great content come out. So I'm just curious, what animation, what stories we've been so excited to see, and what stories are left to tell. I think there's so many, but is there any ideas here of what you'd like to see for our stories being told?
Mm-hmm. I think, I'll just say, I feel like it's the thing that rings true constantly is, getting Black and just diverse faces to be able to tell anything, to tell any story, just being a part of the rhythm of the industry. That was, for a while, that was sort of the goal, right? Like, it's just like, damn, if we can just be represented just in a general sense. And then you sort of get in there and it's and now what? You know what I mean? It's the and now what of it all. And I think, and I've gotten this question a lot of times from younger talent, where they're just sort of like, do you feel responsible for telling the Black experience? And I'm like, hell no. Like, I don't feel responsible for living the Black experience. I feel responsible as a Black man for living my experience and telling my story. And so, as I grow, as Justin and I learn and evolve, now being directors and development on a feature, it's very different than storyboarding and TV. Now in this position, we have a lot more of the creative space to tell the stories and to build the characters and build the worlds in the way that we want to do it. And the only thing that we constantly are going to and are constantly, shout out to Suzanne and Shabrea, our producers, our phenomenal women that are in leadership with us. They're constantly pointing back to us and going like, what is your perspective on that thing? How do you feel about that thing? What do you want to say about that thing? And so now I guess to answer your question in short, I feel responsible to tell my story, which is the story of a Black kid from Chicago who has a lot of experience in a lot of different ways, and I want to put that on the screen or in the stories that I tell, for sure.
Yeah, we're absolutely not. We're not one monolithic group. We have many experiences, many stories, and there's stories that are still yet to be told.
Absolutely.
You know, Fred, I know you're working on a comic specifically telling a story of Major Taylor. What inspired you to tell a story we haven't heard before? Tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, I mean, it's exactly because like we hadn't heard it before. You know, I've been an avid cyclist for 20 years now, and I'd never heard of Major Taylor until I encountered one of the Major Taylor cycling clubs up here in the Bay Area. And, you know, I saw their jerseys and I'm just like, I'd see them around. I'm like, who is this? Like, what's this Major Motion thing? And I looked it up and I'm like, how on earth have we not heard about this guy?
Absolutely.
Like, he's amazing. And he's just like, and there's a few different reasons, you know, like, cycling was as popular as baseball back in the 1800s, and it kind of lost out to the automobile. But you know, there's just no reason, like, you know, he could not be held up as another figure to look up to. Like, he was a guy who, you know, was a devout Christian. He wouldn't race on Sundays. He wasn't a cheater. Like, he didn't drink, he didn't smoke, because smoking was very popular with cyclists back then because it was the 1800s. Smoking used to be popular with me as a cyclist. Like, it was a crazy time. But yeah, like he was like this really great guy to look up to. And I was like, we need, like, you know, I can be somebody who can, as a cartoonist, because you can be very DIY with it. That was something that I could bring, like, that's something I could manifest. So I did it as a mini comic, and eventually, like, it continued to sell as a mini comic, and eventually it caught the attention of a publisher, and that's where we are now.
Wow. And that's just one story of amazing Black people in our history that we don't even know. And you're going to bring that to so many other people who get to see that. But how many do we not know? Like, how many stories have we not told? So there's endless stories, I know. Adrian, you know, it's interesting because you are working in a space where you talked about your sci-fi, you're following that path. And, you know, we don't see many Black folks in sci-fi.
We really don't.
No,
why do you think that is, or how do you feel about that?
I feel really strongly about it. I feel like, and I don't think it's true in the sense that it's like we're not interested. You know, we totally are. Everyone I grew up around, like, we were all into that space, and yeah, we didn't see ourselves in it, and you know, it tells us a lot about the world we live in that, you know, we weren't in the future. You know, and it had nothing to do with us, our ambitions or our aspirations. It was entirely just the culture we live in. And I think, you know, sci-fi is a genre about ideas. Like, it's the whole idea is about breaking convention, breaking the norms, breaking kind of, you know, what's considered default or normative. And it just seems so strange that, you know, even in the past couple decades, we're still doing 80s and 90s stories for the most part. So I feel like I've always been really strong about, you know, pushing forward with that space and that genre. And you know, it is also one of those weird things where it's like you see Black Panther and then everyone's shocked. Because it's like, what? I didn't know this was going to be big. It's like, of course you didn't. You know, we've made Robin Hood 5 times. Like, it's, of course there's a reason for that. And you know, it's and it comes from just this sense that we've always been overlooked. We've never been, you know, taken seriously as beyond just, you know, realism stories, which are absolutely true and important. We also dream about the future. We also dream about the past. We also dream about our you know, myth and legends and all of those sorts of things. We have all of that. We're humans. We have the full spectrum, you know, and yet we're always kind of assumed to just tell, you know, tragedy porn for the most part. Like, it's like, you know, and it's like, and again, those are a part of our stories, but they're not all our stories. We have so much to offer. And for me, that's always been a big part of that, is like using sci-fi to kind of, you know, shed light on, you know, some of these normative things that we take for granted, that we just assume are worldwide, that are universal, and they're not. And, you know, using whether that be robots and aliens and all of that sort of stuff, to really kind of turn all of those ideas on its head. That's what sci-fi was made for. So it feels strange that there's just an assumption that we shouldn't be in this space, and that Afrofuturism is just futurism. It's just the future. We're most of the planet. Why wouldn't we think about what we're like in the future? And we have so much range,
I just want to do a quick follow-up to that. I think it's always amazing. I was inspired by Steven Spielberg and James Cameron. Those are my dudes back in the day.
Yeah.
I watched The Abyss and Aliens and wanted to just I knew what I wanted to do, and there's something about sci-fi too. It's still probably to this day the most expensive form of filmmaking. Costs so much money. My approach though is always sort of like James Cameron, where it doesn't need to. It's just we lose our imagination, once somebody waves dollars at us. But whenever something is that expensive, we're immediately left out of that conversation. And so we're not able to tell the type of stories. Like, why don't you go do Boys in the Hood? Because you can just get a camera and walk around your neighborhood. That's your life anyway. You might as well da-da-da. And it's like, yeah, it is, but I'm sort of trying to escape that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Hollywood's always capitalizing on Black pain, Black struggle, Black trauma. I'm like, what about Black joy? What about people who are looking for the future? Are people living their best lives? Like, let's celebrate that. So,
Agent said, he said drama porn. It's like, yo, come on, man. And and like I said, I just real quick, I feel like we can fit. I mean, if you took the Alien franchise and you changed that lead character to a Black woman, that's not like, don't do it cheap and whack.
No.
Like if you respect the culture and you respect her story enough, you can take that franchise and tell it from a different perspective, right? Yeah. And so it's not only sort of inclusivity, it's financially feasible for the industry to go like, how many different ways can we tell these stories? And so, becoming addicted to the thing that sort of is your minimized, simple perspective of it, becoming addicted to that, although financially sustainable in some weird way, apparently they say it that way, it's not financially feasible in the way that telling new diverse stories from new diverse perspectives is. So it feels really exciting to be able to take the James Camerons and the Steven Spielberg perspectives and ideas and go like, yo, if I was on that ship, what would I have done? You know what I mean? And again, that goes back to what I said at the beginning, is my perspective. And it's going to be different because it's culturally different for sure.
Right. But the appeal will be universal because everybody wants to experience the same thing, the same waves of creativity, movies, film. We're all drawn to the same things, but there's a fresh take on it when we see ourselves, when we see different parts of ourselves in there.
Yep.
So I love that.
The same, but different. I love it.
Yes. And you all talked about seeing yourselves and the joy you want to see. I'm curious, Justin, is there a type of movie or character that you want to see now in the future, given your appreciation for all those big filmmakers in the past?
Wow.
Yeah, what are we missing, Justin? Figure it out. No, it's a hard question.
This is the question from a development executive.
You tell me how to do my job.
Now you're like, come on, what's the nugget? I think that one of the things that I think we're starting to capitalize on is, when I watch movies like Indiana Jones, one of my favorite films, what were we doing in that time? What were we experiencing in the 1940s? Or, just like when we talk about Major Taylor, I learned about that dude from a Hennessy commercial. I'm like, what? Look at this brother. And I love history. I'm a history fanatic because you can find so many stories. And I just think we need to just bring in our point of view of history. We are people who had to survive, and claw and fight. So what did that look like? But also at the same time, we are the offspring of survivors, so what is now our perspective on something like on the future? When COVID happened, I'm like, this ain't that much different, growing up in poverty, not going outside because of the violence and all that other stuff, it was for real social distancing back in the day. So what is like Chris said, what does life look like from those different perspectives? I hate to keep it that vague.
No, it's great.
But I think, we're missing out, what it's like, what's his name? Jordan Peele said, I don't need to tell stories from the perspective of, a white person, because we've seen those stories over and over again, and I don't necessarily think that way. I feel like I'll tell, any story that I think is great. But at the same time, it does make me wonder, we haven't seen what this person might be feeling or thinking or going through. So I think we need to bring that more to the forefront.
Yeah. And, I think because we don't see enough of ourselves, we do feel this weighted pressure unspoken. Like, oh no, this is the one movie that's going to be out for a while and I got to do it right. I got to please them. It's a lot of weight, and it's a privilege to not have to think about that, but we don't have that privilege, unfortunately. So we always feel that pressure of, can I just tell what I want to tell, or do I have to be an activist? And I want to actually talk to Fred, because, a lot of your work has really strong messaging and activism in there. Do you feel yourself as a storyteller, an activist, a cartoonist in that vein, or do you feel more open and free?
I feel more open and free. I don't feel like an activist. I just feel, that I want to, because I might be a little bit older than you guys. I didn't grow in, but it's still the same. Like, I didn't grow up with those examples. Like, I didn't grow up with like Black history being presented to me. So it didn't feel like something that would be a possibility, like something that I could do. And I want people to have the audacity to be like, yeah, I can tell my story. I can talk about people like me. But I don't think that that's activism. I think I think that's just me as an artist. That's my curiosity as an artist.
Just being you is already.
Getting back to the earlier discussion about like Afrofuturism and like seeing ourselves in the future. Hopefully we'll be there.
I hope so.
I don't know if you guys remember. So 1980 or so, there was like the Richie Rich comedy hour, and like there's Richie Rich, like with Cadbury and his robot servant and stuff and his talking dog. And we had like Black people had like a 30-minute show that was called Rickety Rocket, and it was us in the future with our hoopty. And I was like, what? Can't we in the future have a nice rocket? Like,
no, Fred.
What do we have
we broke as hell in the future. Dang. Can't get a break.
I mean, when I was 6,
no reparations
I'm like,
in the
this
future.
isn't right.
Yeah.
I'm 6 and this is not right.
That's wrong. I want to see whose idea that was. That's what we need to look at.
But, man, how like normative and like accepted that sort of perspective was, and it's weird. It's sort of, I mean, even in some of the content that Justin and I are developing, and I won't say anything to get ourselves jacked up by our producers. I know Shabria watching, but there are things that are so creatively inspiring that I saw, that I experienced when I was younger, that I'm like, I'm putting that in. That is going to be in it, because I need to let you know that when I saw this thing, it was amazing to me. You know what I mean? Regardless of what the society, personified as normal or cool or whatever. Like, no, when I saw this thing, it blew my mind. And so therefore I am going to put it in here. And so there's a level of creative audacity as a Black man that I'm going like, nah, hell no, this is amazing to me. Like, and I am audacious enough to go like, I am going to see this thing as dope, cool, and interesting, and I'm going to do the work creatively to put it down in that way. So that's where my drawing comes into play. And I'm like, look, this is exactly how I see it, and it's amazing. And then when I show it and I go, yo, that's phenomenal. I'm like, see, that was written as not amazing back in the day. There was a level of like, disregard for that. And I'm like, no, that's a part of the Black responsibility that I do feel, to go like, no, the stuff that I saw was cool and dope, and I'm going to let you know how cool and dope it was by doing it myself and showing it to you. And, and there's something really freeing and empowering about that I love. So
I love that too. And I think that there's a lot of perspectives everyone here can bring to the industries we're in, but how are we all, there's a question that kind of relates to this by Kahenya. She said, we mentioned being Black and sometimes seen as a singular experience. Where do you see the industry going in terms of understanding that Blackness is more than just one thing? How are you all feeling in terms of where you're working, the industry itself? Do you feel like we're getting closer? Are we helping it get there? Are you feeling like there's still some barriers we got to do? I'll start with Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, I live and have lived in many parts of Canada, so you know, I know what people think when they think of Canada. I know what they know when they, especially when they hear that I'm from there. You know, and you know, even living here, the commercials, everything, nothing looked like me. But it's not true. There's so many people. There's so many. The Black experience is so rich in Canada, and we have such a major part in it. And there's history here, and none of that is told. None of that is shown. And the people here believe it because that's what media is, right? Like you believe it, and you don't question it the first time you hear that. Oh, this is what history is. 200 years. Got it. Moving on, right? But like. I had to seek that stuff out myself. My family, we grew up, you know, we had all of that history in our house. Like we knew what that was. And then when you step out of that and no one else knows, and you tell them these stories and they're just like, what? Oh, what? I didn't know. I didn't know that. And it's just like, of course you didn't, because we didn't learn any of that. We didn't see that on TV. And that's all of how the world sees everything, right? That's how they see us. So it just became this thing where it's like, you know, I'm going to tell those stories where you can see us in the future, where you can see us doing incredible things, and not because it's wish fulfillment, because it's accurate, you know. And I think that's one of those things that I really want to showcase, is that it's, you know, I've seen wish fulfillment, and I've seen, you know, the Supermans, the all of the 007s, those kind of roles, and it's like no one ever questions if those are realistic. But yet, the minute you have a Black astronaut, they're like, I don't know, it doesn't quite work. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, that's
they're doing science at home. They're running the numbers. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought we were just having a movie experience, but okay. Yeah,
you know,
I hear you on that.
I was just like, meanwhile, I'm going to go over here and watch a man that can fly and is bulletproof. And it's like, you know, it just doesn't work that way. And I feel like it just seems like such a missed opportunity. And I mean, you know, also as Black creators, we also don't want to step on anyone's toes, right? We don't want to like say like, oh, like, yeah, like I want to do something that's just full out 10, you know, just the best of us right here on display. We always kind of dial ourselves back because we're usually in a room full of white people for the most part. So, you know, so I feel like at least as I've gotten older, I've kind of pushed past that, because it's just kind of like, no, what? No, I'm going to put my you know, the best of myself forward. I'm going to put my best, you know, work forward, and not dial back, because, you know, if I do that, it's just setting a norm, and it's setting that's all they can do, right? That's as far as they can go. So I feel like, as far as representation is concerned, as far as especially the community, people forget we're 3 billion, you know, worldwide. Like, how do you condense all of that into 3 stories that sometimes get shown in 5 years, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, the experience is different in Europe, in Africa, in Asia. We're everywhere, you know, and we operate on every class. So I don't understand why we're only, you know, allowed 1 story per year. You know, we have so much, and I just feel like we all have to realize what we're worth, and really stand up, you know, and showcase what we have to bring to the table.
Yeah, no, and I think these conversations like this are what's going to hopefully energize people listening in, and remind ourselves that every story is special and valued. So keep creating. I'm curious, Justin, how did Hollywood feel about when your Chicago came to LA? What was that like? Did you feel that the industry understood the stories you were trying to tell?
I think us telling stories, and like where we are now as directors and producers, that's only recent, you know. Before that, it was just acclimating. It was learning the industry. That is so important. I know, like, it's in our blood, it's in our DNA to be like, rise up. We gotta let's take this mug over and do whatever we, you know, do our thing. So many people when they find out I'm a comic book artist, or I run into, you know, Black folks at comic conventions back, and they're like, you got to tell your own story. You got to tell your own story. I'm like, true, but I need to learn all of everything. You know, I need to learn how the system works and the business of creating. Now, I mean, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm standing on the shoulders of some folks who have, especially, you know, in the last 5 years, have been telling great stories. And so we are more than welcomed in those spaces. They want to hear. In fact, like Chris said, you know, our producers are like, nah, this story is going to take off, the one we're developing. it's going to take off when you add more of yourself into it. And they were so right. But we're so used to sitting back and learning, you know, that it took them to push us out front in order for that to learn. So I find that our stories, you know, are embraced for the most part now. But like I said, we stand on the shoulders of some mighty folks.
It's knowing when it's time to acclimate and when it's time to activate. You know what I mean? It's that thing where you sort of have to do your check in with self. And creatively, I mean, I turned 40 last November, and there was I remember a couple of my homies talking about those big markers when you turn 30 and when you turn 40, and just sort of these questions that you ask yourself: who am I? What am I doing? And why? And you get to a place where your honesty has to, like, it's no longer about the big dream that you have. You sort of, Justin and I, we come from a single mom household on the south side of Chicago, you know what I mean? And like, I didn't even finish high school. And so for us, getting to a place where you're sort of like, dang, I'm out in LA, I am at Warner Brothers, I am doing the thing. Hollywood was like, wait, you know, obviously there was a lot of things going on around us, the energy that was going on around us, from social injustice to this pandemic that relegated us all to it was the greatest lesson in equality that we've ever had, this pandemic. It was like, COVID was like, I don't care what color you are, how rich you are, I will murder you. You're like, okay, cool, I guess we'll go home. You know, with all God bless the dead, you know, not seeking to minimize it. But through all of that, Hollywood sort of had to open its eyes and ears and go like, okay, well, something has to keep moving. Thank God for animation, right? Like the animation industry, we were like, yo, I'm already home doing the thing. But for myself as a 40-year-old Black man with those stories, I had to really gauge and sort of go like, am I doing everything that I can to bring something new and fresh and creative to the industry? And that sort of, that has helped Justin and I tons. And that question for self is very enticing for the industry because it's financially feasible. They're going like, new, fresh, creative, let's go, you know? So that's felt really amazing, being able to engage in some of those meetings and dialogues, and to be able to do it in a way that doesn't feel cheap, doesn't feel shorthand at all in any way.
Yeah, no, and everybody's doing their part. And Adrian, you're mentioning, and the audience really resonated with it, about all the types of stories that we should be proud of telling. But Cameron Dillon asked, she'd love to know all of the thoughts on growing popularity for Black-led comics, such as Static Shock, Into the Spider-Verse, Opposite as Always. I'm curious, Fred, coming from the comic world, are you familiar with those comic books? How do you feel about Black-led comics right now?
I think it's awesome. I'm too busy making comics to read any of them, unfortunately.
We support you, but we busy. No. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what's happening, though. We're seeing everyone's realizing that it's not just film. There's art, there's comics, there's all these avenues. There's new genres. Adrian, we're talking about sci-fi. I mean, we're seeing Westerns on different products. We're seeing all types of things with Black folks. So it's incredible. I want to just have a quick question to Chris. How easy was it from Amotuyi? I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. How easy was it for you to transition from character design to storyboard artist?
Oh God, it was horrible. It was hard because listen. I take medication for my ADHD. My brain. The reason we're out here is because my brain is in 9,000 places at one time, and so. The transition was easy only because I wasn't in the industry as a character designer. That was my interest prior to getting in. And the hard part was when you're storyboarding and you're going like, well, as a revisionist, because that's the entry level that I was at that point. You're going, I got to revise if I want to keep my job, which I didn't. I got fired after 5 months at Warner Bros. Because I was terrible. But it was like, because it's the mileage. You're going, I gotta revise 30 of these panels a day at least in order to keep the rhythm and help the production pipeline. So doing that immediately kind of say you have to find a shorthand, a quick shorthand to get these drawings down. As a character designer, ain't no shorthand. Like, I'm spending every second making sure that the lines and the design is there and doing the things that I wanted it to do. So it was rough. ADHD running head first into hurry up and get it done, but slow down and take your time. It was a rough transition, and it took me, like I said, I got laid off at Warner Brothers. Bobby Page hugged me. She said, "You'll be back. Don't worry about it." And I was eventually, but it took me a good amount of time to really figure out. This is going to what Justin said earlier, learning the ropes and really going like, what is it that I'm doing? What am I responsible for outside of the drawing excitement, but the zoomed out pipeline of a production? What am I actually responsible for? And that's something that Justin and I have become very passionate about teaching and talking about with people is outside of the art, what are you responsible for in terms of the bigger team collaboration side of it? So that was mine.
No, it's a really great point too of there's work that has to be done and there's no easy path. I mean, it's just going to take repetition, talent. Talent just doesn't show up. You create that yourself.
Yes.
And then I think the other piece of it too is there is a reality to the business knowledge. You know, how do you break in? What are the jobs that exist? As we were talking about earlier, probably a lot of us didn't know this was a career. And then you get here and show up, and everybody already knew. They got their friends, their uncle, their mom's neighbors calling, and I'm like, what? How do I get in this? I don't know anybody in this field, and I fell in this on accident. So I'm just happy that I found it. But it really is the hard work and the acknowledgement. And now that we're, you know, in a space where we can find each other, meet each other, and you talked about kind of helping others, Chris, you know, how do we each elevate future voices who want to join us, who want to tell their stories, and how do we really approach that? And for me, looking in the room, I love seeing y'all's faces. I do. But we don't have enough female perspectives in here or non-binary, right? Like there's still not enough of representation within our own community. So we still have work to do. So I'm curious, Adrian, starting with you, how do you elevate voices, or how do you bring in those voices even from our community that aren't showing up in the rooms yet, but we want more of?
Absolutely. I just finished a short sci-fi horror live action. I go back and forth. I go animation, live action. There's 2 projects we're working on now that's in Unreal. So it's just like this weird thing now where everything's merging together. But the last film I did, you know, it started with the female protagonist. I really wanted to, you know, think about what could we do with, what would Alien look like? Like it was almost that same question. I wanted a sci-fi horror with a Black female protagonist.
That's cool.
Who isn't. And because of the story, it deals with kind of like paleontology and understanding of history. So she's a paleontologist. It's just all these things I was writing out, and I wrote in the script like she's Black. Like I needed it because I needed people to kind of, even everyone that worked on that film, they needed to see that because in their heads, I wanted them to get used to that image. You know, so when we got to set, it was just like everyone this is just what it was. There was nothing weird about that. And I just want to keep doing that. When I first started, I wasn't writing characters like that. You write characters kind of like yourself. And then as you get older, you're just like, wait a minute, I can do those things. I can make those changes, you know? Right. I mean, you know, my sister is a triathlon runner, and like, she's stronger than any of us in our family. And, you know, and every time I'm just like, see how, you know, what she's doing and how she's working out like 3 times more than me and all of this stuff. And it's just like, she's a hero in real life. Why don't I see that, you know, in the world more often? So it's just, it's that same thing, you know, it's so weird that it's like, there's almost a weird hierarchy when it comes to entertainment where it's like, you know, white male protagonist first, white female protagonist, Black male protagonist, Black female protagonist. It's just literally a weird long list. And it's like, you know, and it just feels like Captain America will eventually get to that bottom of that list at some day, but it's still this weird hierarchy. And I feel like it's just a weird thing that we seem to organize ourselves into. And I feel we got to break it. We got to break it. Let's not let that happen according to order, to plan. Let's break it up. Let's just change these things. That's how you get great stories, right? It's just throwing people that we know exist into interesting, strange situations.
Yes, no, I love that. And I think that, you know, all the time where I've gone to meetings where I've gotten letters from people where they write me after like, wow, I wasn't expecting to come in and see a Black woman there. Like they were like, this feels good. I didn't know that. So we need more in every part of the industry, right? In terms of representation, all levels, throughout the pipeline, throughout our work. Fred, how are you feeling in terms of, you know, I know you're in a very specific, making your own stories. How do you encourage others to make theirs, or how do you see that perception of sharing that growth?
There's a couple of different ways. Periodically, like I'll have people reach out to me over social media, and I just try to be like encouraging, like being like, I know I'm probably like, the first person who looks like this doing this for you, and like, I didn't have that, so I really want to make sure that I can like pay that forward, like,
responding to some of them DMs, man. Sometimes I'm like, I gotta respond to some of these. It's taxing, it's time consuming. I love that, Fred. Yeah, sometimes it's just sending a response. It is encouraging.
Yeah, and so every year on Black History Month, I'll go through and kind of find some more obscure, like, continuing along the mission of doing Major Taylor, find some other less covered people in Black history. And starting a couple of years ago, I started doing only Black women for Black History Month. And then this year I did Black women plus LGBTQ. Because I want to broaden, and these are people I don't know either. It's as edifying for me as it would be for anyone, because I go out and I find them and I research them and I learn about them, and I didn't learn about any of these people in school. You're just not going to.
Absolutely.
Also, before I forget, Adrian, you guys have a person of color on your money in Canada.
Yep.
Like I was
We're
at
still working on.
I love it. And I keep this next to my desk.
I want that,
dude. So inspired. You can't have mine.
Well,
No, that's so great. And Justin, you're developing a film. How are you thinking about in terms of your future crew, voices, perspectives?
It's something that is very important for us. Being the only, our characters are Black folks from Chicago. So we want that to be represented on our crew as well. Hard part is there's not a ton of us in the industry as it is. And
shout out to Kaylin Chalk in the chat over here. One of the few artists.
So it's hard as it is, and all them folks is busy because they're really good. We unfortunately have to be the best of the best of the best in order to get up here and stay up here. But Chris and I also teach, and while that is like financially, supplemental income for us, more importantly, it's how we find the next.
Yes.
That's how we find the next folks in the industry. Our classes are on projectcitytv.com. You can find us there. And we haven't taught in a while, but we're going to start kicking it back up again. But it's all about finding those next people that we can pour, ourselves into. Our classes they don't cost as much as going to USC and UCLA, but we're teaching what they're not, and that's really how to get in from our perspective. So that's what we're trying to do, really build those, relationships with some of our, folks that are trying to break in, and teaming up with Adrian, teaming up with Fred, thinking about how can we do this, in a way, how can we
And and y'all heard the plug, sign up for Chris and Justin's School of Education. They're going to give you the real education. You can't, it's priceless. We have a lot of great questions coming from the Q&A, so I'm just going to jump in on a few. So this question comes from Benjamin. Is a really graphic story content a good idea to put out there?
In terms of like violence and
it's I'm reading fresh, but I think that it's really like is it really graphic? Is it too much maybe in terms of who the audiences are? Do you all find that it's really important to think of less graphic storytelling?
I think that's a question for you, but
Well, I think to be honest, I think that there's a lot of ways to get content out there today. There's obviously theatrical, but there's also streaming, there's YouTube, there's the internet. So I think truly we do have, a lot more avenues to get out there. It's really about finding your audience. There is a business aspect, of course, where people are going to be targeting certain audience sizes, but I think it's really about passion and really knowing if you come in with the passion to tell a story, it's going to come through in the creativity.
That's the question of if it's putting something really graphic out there. That's a question of, can I show a thing? And I think the reality of that is, if you're telling a good story, you can show anything to tell that story. You know what I mean? So that's quickly what I sort of go to is, if you're just doing it and it's graphic for the sake of being graphic, but it's not telling a story, then you're just showing a thing. But if you're
Yeah.
telling a story, you can show anything you want in
Yeah.
order to tell it. So that's my perspective. Now, will people be interested in it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Try it out. Try it out.
Ask your friends. And that's
Yeah,
the thing,
try it
like
out.
run your ideas by people you know. You know, at the end of the day, people want to feel something when they watch any kind of content. They want to feel the emotion. We want to connect to the characters. So as long as it serves the story you're trying to tell, that's the way to go. But if it's just for shock value, sometimes that's not going to land with the people you're trying to touch.
Hey, Stevie, real quick. Somebody in the comments asked, what are tips for pitching unique Black African stories? And when buyers keep asking how will the wider audience relate and connect, I wanted to touch on that.
Yeah, please.
For a little bit with you guys' input. I think that if you are starting from a place of, I want to pitch unique Black African stories, you're probably going to miss a lot of people. I think, but if you're starting from a place of, what have I gone through? What has my ancestors gone through? What have my people gone through that people can relate to? And then go from there, you're going to capture a lot of your audience. And believe me, we hear a lot of times about capturing a wider audience. And we shut those conversations down very quickly because at the end of the day, our story is about people, and the journey that they are going through. So if you start from that place, can you start from a place of, this is a story that anybody in any time in history can grasp, then you're going to capture a very wide audience. If you start there with that foundation and build on top of it, you're going to go, really, really far. I just didn't want the chat to go too far down without asking that.
Yeah, no, I'm getting a bunch of questions too. I'm like, oh, I got to catch up. So thank you, Justin. No, and it's true. I there's been people in the history who have been like, okay, I got a story for you. And they pitched 3 totally different checked boxes of like, there's a girl over here and she's this, oh, there's a boy over there and there's that. And it's really clear when you don't have a central passion for some story you're trying to tell. So I love the idea of not thinking about the audience and losing track of the creative passion and heart, because that comes through like that. You can tell when someone wants to create something from the heart versus for the audience, because audiences, they're tough. They feel it right away. They know when it's real. And just like how we see each other, we know when we see ourselves on screen and it's not us. I'm like, who did this? I'm gonna look at the credits. Yep, I can know right away. I'm like, yep, I thought so. So it's hard. It's hard out here. Just a more open question from Marsha Thomas. What software or programs or tools, education that you guys find more useful in terms of coming up in your career? Is there any advice you have for people just trying to look at those tools and software programs?
Yeah, I mean, I started off in fine art. So, pencils and ink, really, and then from there, Photoshop, then from there, ZBrush, then from there, Maya. Now I'm doing a lot of stuff with Unreal. So it's, I think that these days you almost have to have an active mind, and it's more important, to have a need to learn than it is to just be really good at one thing. Because I think, none of, and the program, even the programs that I started, they're so different than when I started. So they've evolved too. And then other programs come out that are cheaper for free. And it's just kind of exploding right now to a point where it's like, I got a list of all these programs I got to learn and catch up. And I'm always feeling like I'm behind, but it is still, but I think that's just what it means to be an artist now. There's no thing where it's like, all right, got my degree. I'm just going to do this now forever. That's just not how it works anymore. You got to be up to task. You got to see what people are doing, and hey, tutorials are free now. When I started, they weren't. I had to go to a very, digital tutors and pay for tutorials. And whereas now it's just like, I don't know how to do this one specific thing. I'm going to Google the long sentence.
Yep.
And then you'll be like, a whole list of people that have the same question. So it's, it's just so much easier these days to learn. But it does take discipline, I'll say. It isn't easy to just pick up a new skill. It does take time. It's going to be frustrating. But that's just kind of what this industry is. And I think it especially the passion, you'll drive through that.
Yeah. And art school is hella expensive. Film school is hella expensive. I love that you're talking about. There's way more access now. There's way more ways to learn. Build your network, build your community. Mentorship comes from all directions, y'all. Your friends can mentor you. people on the crew, people who you're overseeing. I think that there's no shortage of good ideas and support that comes from the community that we have. So, you know, I think when I think about resources and me growing up in a stressive, expensive school, you know, knowing today and the access that there are, like, don't give up. There's so much out there. You just Google stuff. I Google stuff. I'm like, that's how you do that program.
On the real, every day. And our class costs 1% of what it costs to go to art school, you know. And I'm at work. I'm on DreamWorks campus right now. So I'm just throwing that out there. You know, there's the patience. Adrian, you talked about, you know, like the persistence. I keep going. But also being patient with yourself. You're not going to do this tomorrow. It's going to take years, you know.
Yeah. And I think just believe in yourselves. I mean, at least things like this, even watching and listening and knowing it's possible, knowing that it's a hard path for everybody. So I appreciate everybody here talking about their journey, their passions, their goals, and know that if you're listening, you can do it too. You can do it, and you can show us how to do it. In a few years, we'll all be working for you. It's cyclical. So be nice to people. Don't be a jerk.
Be nice to yourself. Be nice to yourself.
yourself.
And the thing that you love. Don't let the pursuit get in the way of the passion. Remember that you love creating. Remember that you love creating, because Justin and I, and the seats that we're in now, we sit and laugh about it sometimes, where when our job was literally just to storyboard. And now, because we have a vision for certain things, there are little windows where I'm like, oh, I see this thing a certain way, let me board it out. And I'm reminded of sitting at the table with my brother when we were younger and we were just drawing, and that love for it. Please remember that, man. It gets said so often, but it gets forgotten way more than it gets said. Remember that you love creating and keep doing it, because it doesn't matter what program, you'll find the one that I literally will start a drawing in Storyboard Pro, take it, move it to my iPad, work on it in Procreate, and then move it back to finish it in Photoshop. And that's all because I love doing it. I just love drawing like crazy. So please remember that you love it. Please.
Yes. And tell the stories you want to tell. Take a page from Fred's book. Okay. Get some more stories of it that we forgot about or we need to know about. So thank you all for coming together. Time flies when you're having fun. I had fun. I was like, dang, what are we doing later? No, okay. Apparently I got to get back to work. They're like, where is she? Why is she not answering my emails? No, this is worth it. We want to thank everybody and our sponsors again for AfroAnimation, for DreamWorks Animation for helping us out with this panel. Fred, Adrian, Chris, Justin, nice to meet you all.
Thank you, Stevie. Amazing job.
Thank you.
Brother Adrian, Brother Fred, pleasure meeting you guys, man. I'm looking forward to following you guys and tracking you.
I will be in touch with all of you.
Yes, and find each other, stay close. And we're going to kick it off to Rio. So thanks again.
Stevie, nice work. I knew you were able to keep those men in check.
It's my day job, girl. That's what I do.
I'm so excited that there were so many more women in the audience. I mean, things that you guys were saying were resonating. You talked about Black women. You talked about Black stories. Fred, you know, you're like the OG illustrator. I love you for that. So for everybody who's never met Fred, go to frednolan.com and see some of his work. AdrianBob.com. I kind of just call Adrian that. I don't even call him Adrian. It was just like kind of AdrianBob.com. And then of course, amazing stories. Justin and Chris, I'm telling you, you have no idea, or maybe you do, how inspiring your stories are. I mean, when you say, you know, your education was probably not at the level as other folks who think that they have to go down a traditional path. This is what we're talking about here at AfroAnimation. We are excited to share non-traditional paths. And so the morning has been flying by. I mean, Stevie has been sort of our hostess with the mostest, starting off with developing original animation series and movies. And then how adorable are the Craig of the Creek folks? I mean, my son is 15, but I'm going to start watching Craig of the Creek. I watched it.
Yeah, so good.
And so good. I'm telling you, the stories they tell, just being a mom, a Black mom, I wish there were more Craig of the Creek stories to tell when my son was younger. And then, my gosh, having 5 Disney recruiters in the room, I felt like, gosh, I don't know which one to send my resume to. I'm just going to send it to all of them.
There you go.
So, really special panel there with all the 5 studios at Disney, Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilm, Industrial Light and Magic, Disney Television Animation. So just really excited about where the sponsors are. So now I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. I'm going to ask our producer in the back to start kicking people off stage. So you guys are getting the hook. Thank you. So now we have a break. And if you are on the Hopin platform, to the left of the platform, you will see something marked sessions, something marked Expo networking. If you click into Expo, you will find a lot of the studios having recruiting sessions in their booths. You will go into their booths and find content. So take the next hour or so till about 3 o'clock and check out all the booths to the left in the Expo. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to kick off the afternoon with understanding the basic building blocks of the metaverse and the metaverses and NFTs. So we're excited about the morning so far. And we're excited that if you guys could join us in the booths to the left of your screen, and we're all set. So thank you so much from AfroAnimation, and we'll see you in about an hour. Hi, welcome back to the show, everyone. I hope everyone had a great hour of networking. I went into a couple of the booths and they were very full. I could not even get into the Disney booth to ask a question. So thank you for all the support. We hope everybody's coming back to this amazing panel for this afternoon. It's about the metaverses and the NFTs. I know I've learned a little bit in the last 24 hours. And so this is an amazing panel moderated by our second-year alum, Victor Dandridge, who will bring the energy for this panel. So I'm excited for everybody at AfroAnimation. I'm excited to explore the world of the metaverses and the world of NFTs for aspiring artists and especially creators of color. And so, Victor, let's bring everybody on stage whenever you get a chance. But everybody, Victor Dandridge.
Thank you, Rio, for that wonderful intro. Thank you so much. Hello, and thank you for joining us for the second annual AfroAnimation Virtual Summit. We thank all our hosts and sponsors for putting together this event of art, culture, expression, and enterprise. I hope you all have been enjoying today's topic discussions. I'm Victor Dandridge, as Rio said, the hardest working man in comics, your moderator for this session. And it's my immense pleasure to welcome our panelists for this block, understanding the basic building blocks of the multiverse and NFTs. This is a huge conversation. This is going to be a great one for those that are futurists and want to get into the arts. Let's jump right into this. Joining us, we have Nia Simone. Hi, Nia.
Hi, how are you?
Excellent, wonderful. I did say that correctly, did I? I want to make sure I did.
Yes, you did.
Wonderful.
Yes,
wonderful.
That's correct.
Thank you so much. And also with us, we have Shay Richburg.
Hi, Victor. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
Good, thank you. Excited about today?
Yes, me too. I'm expecting to learn all the things. Adrian Rashad Driscoll, we got you here. Adrian? Hey, there he is.
How you doing?
Appreciate it. Next up, we have Rob Richardson. We got Rob in the building.
How's it going?
Hey, there we go. Excellent. Robert Frederick joining us as well. Hey, Robert. I think you're muted.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Hello.
Nice honor.
Now, I think are we still waiting? I think we're waiting for Marcus Harden, but we will let him join in when he gets a chance. Let's get into this. I mean, we're talking about the metaverse. We're talking about NFTs. I've got a number of open-ended questions for everyone, but I'm going to start off with first defining what each of these things are. The metaverse and NFTs. For those people that are brand new to this concept, I've jokingly considered, the metaverse. It's Minecraft, but for real. Is that a good way to describe that?
It's one way to describe it. A lot of people have different definitions, so there's really no right and wrong answer, I think. I would just jump and say one definition, it is a digital economy where people can engage with one another, they can purchase and trade in this online world or universe.
I love that. Everybody else kind of on that same page?
Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, it's to me, in order to define the metaverse, we have to define Web3 or and what that actually means, because it's some folks it's hard to get your head around. So you kind of did describe it accurately in a way, right? So when people are like when your kids or maybe you play Roblox, or you're playing what's the other game, Fortnite. So in Fortnite, you buy these quote unquote skins, right? That people buy and they become characters within that game, but you don't own that. It's actually the gaming company that owns that.
Exactly.
And you can't do anything else with that other than show off to your friends that you own this skin. But we know that people are already thinking like that because kids are already spending billions of dollars of their parents' money, maybe their own money, just right, literally building images of themselves. And so when people are telling you, does this have value? The answer is, of course it has value. Look at what we're doing right now. Look at the fact that people value blue check marks on Twitter and Instagram. You do have there is a digital version of yourself no matter what, and it does have value. And so now we're able to actually build economy off of that, as Shia said. And what Web3 is essentially the third evolution of the internet. And it's a way now to be able to have data where you can actually keep your data versus having a big company have your data. And now you can monetize that data and sell it. And how that works is really NFTs are nothing more when you hear those things. NFTs are just digital fingerprints, right? They're like each one of us have fingerprints. We can't interchange our fingerprints. And so this digital asset is created, it's unique to you. And then you have this process where you can monetize it, which is called smart contracts. So it's a way that you can now create economies in a way that you couldn't before, including creating your own token, creating your own digitalware, creating your own gaming system, and essentially creating your own economic system or metaverse.
I love that. I love that. In a lot of ways, I believe there's a lot of fans of sci-fi and even popular movies that can see a lot of these things actually taking place in fictional universes, from The Matrix, from Ready Player One, all these different things. To see that hit now, that's a very exciting time. When it comes to NFTs, though, that's a little bit more, I would say, tricky, at least in my field in comics. For you guys, how do you define what NFTs could be? Robert, do you want to jump in? Yeah, Adrian?
I mean, I kind of said it, like the NFTs are the digital fingerprint, right? That's what it is. To simplify it, that's what it is. You create a unique asset that's a digital fingerprint. And then the second part of it is you have what's called a smart contract, which allows you to essentially monetize. So the easiest way to describe this is through examples, right? So if we have a trading card, you have Michael Jordan's original trading card, right? We trade that, we have value. We know that value is created because it's authenticated through some type of third party. That's no longer needed because the digital the NFT, you can do that right now. And Michael Jordan can say, okay, this is my original card. And you can see that it's Michael Jordan's original card. And then he said, I'm only going to have 100 of these. And then if you sell them in the regular sense, right? If you gave me the card and you sold it to me for $10,000 and I went and sold it for $100,000, you wouldn't get any of those secondary sales. Right. But now, because of the smart contract, it's like, okay, you can sell that and then you get 10% every single time that happens. So I love that. I mean, it's just a digital fingerprint and a smart contract. That's all an NFT is.
I like that. Joining us, we also have Marcus Harden coming in. Hello, Marcus. Oh, I think we got you muted still. Excellent. Okay, so when it comes to opportunities, I'm sorry, Robert. Go ahead.
I wanted to say one thing. One of the things that sort of mentioned two Robs basically, but one of the things that he mentioned.
Sorry, I thought he was talking to
me. One of the things that a lot of people get confused about for NFTs is that it could be an image, it could be an artwork, it could be something that they're used to seeing on the web today or in video games. Some of the other things that could be an NFT could be any digital file, anything that involves. I was sort of joking about this the other day. I know about musical artists that are going into booths, into their studios, wearing a headset and actually recording their brainwaves so that they can tie it to the actual songs that they're actually producing. It's anything that can be used as a trading card now, any kind of digital file. The other thing is an NFT can be anything from just like a piece of art all the way to an experience. You can actually have an entire experience itself as an NFT, and that's a lot of the stuff that I like to talk about, because you can, when it comes to an experience as an NFT, that experience can be programmatic and it can exist within a metaverse, right?
I like that.
So
That's
it's a lot of fun, and I want people to sort of know that it's not just 2D art. It's way more than that. And if you're and there's a whole bunch of really new, interesting things coming along with that this year.
I appreciate the way that you both actually described a very grounded approach, as well as the jargonistic, language of what NFTs in the metaverse are. I kind of want to give you guys an opportunity to not only reintroduce yourselves, but also talk about your companies and why you decided to go this route in terms of business and enterprise. And Nia, if we could start with you, and I appreciate it.
Okay, all right. My background is in film and television marketing, film and television projects to multicultural audiences. And I have a firm that's been doing that for close to 10 years. I got involved in sitting on the board of a tech company that was involved in blockchain, and I kind of went down the rabbit hole and never came out. In late 2020, I had a friend call me and say, "Hey, have you been checking out the NFT marketplace?" I said, "Yeah, I'm aware of it, but nothing's really happening." So he said, "Check it again." And I did. And I think I called him back in 15 minutes and said, "I'm in. But this is what I want to do. I want to work with creatives from African descent, from the global African diaspora, to bring their creations from ideation and give them an opportunity to monetize and maintain value and control over their IP. Knowing and watching the trajectory of this and understanding the value of the smart contract, I just felt like this an unprecedented opportunity for innovators, creators to own their creation and to be able to reap that reward in perpetuity. So we coined a phrase called GFT, generational financial trauma, and we felt like NFTs were the response to that. And so that is the purpose of, in the kind of the genesis of Melanated.
I like that. I like that a lot. Now, Ms. Richburg, I want to make sure I'm saying your name correctly. Is it Shia or is it Shay?
It's Shay.
Shay. Okay, not a problem. I just want to make sure I got that right. How about for you?
Well, before I fumbled into the metaverse personally, I was a futurist first, and I'm still a futurist. My partner and I started FutureWise years back because we started looking at future forward trends and applying agility and design mindset to political sectors, CEOs, higher education institutions. So everybody wanted to stay ahead of the curve, Victor, and they came to us. And so, as we all know, the metaverse is the future. It's the present and the future, and it's not going anywhere. And so instead of focusing our agenda on various trends, we focused on the metaverse, all the metaverse. And so what FutureWise is, it's a boutique agency that ushers in, we focus on celebrities, high-end clients and businesses, providing them building within the metaverse, as well as marketing and strategy. It's really funny because, you have people say, "I bought property in the metaverse, I'm now in," and then they have no idea what to do once they're there. And then that's when they call up Shay and say, "I know you and your team, I need you guys to help us." And we really provide the ABCs, Victor, which is we provide awareness. So if we work with a company, we go in and we'll do a workshop and really teach the staff members at a high level, C-suite, so CEO or CMO companies, what the metaverse is and how they need to get in and train up their staff, how to get in, how to engage, how to make sales in there. B, we build the blueprint for them on how to brand themselves once they're in there and to get a real strategy and get your followers from the real world into the metaverse. And then C, we construct and execute the actual plan to really have you making a real financial plan and benefit from being in the metaverse. And aside from that, I'm a metaverse speaker, and I'm passionate on speaking on child safety and harassment in the metaverse. I am very well versed on this topic. It is very near and dear to me. So when I do speak personally, I speak on that particular sector because as this field is growing, it's important that particularly children, but we all stay safe as we're in the metaverse. There's so many use cases of harassment and tremendous dangers that can take place in there. So I really work with people personally to build guidelines within their facilities or
Right.
homes or establishments in the metaverse to keep kids and all of us safe in there.
That's beautiful work. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian, and yourself?
Hey guys, Adrian Rashad Driscoll. So I guess I have a few roles. My background is in television and film. I spent many, many years just creating pictures, and about 8 years ago, I was introduced to 360 video, which was under the umbrella term VR, of course. And I fell in love. I saw it was a new medium to be able to tell stories. And as I came from a television and film background and was also very versed in theater, I was telling stories in 360 in a very realistic way. You know, it made sense instead of the typical people were shooting pictures and putting the camera in the middle of the table and you didn't feel connected because you don't sit in the middle of the table. You know, small things like that. So then I finally got some traction and I realized that it was really 360 video and immersive media in general was a back door to these big studios. So then I started lending what I had learned to other creators and Black creators and say, look, we have a level playing field. For the first time, you know, I had studios, HBO, NBC coming and asking me questions. And, you know, and that's like unheard of, you know, you have these gatekeepers and you actually get to bypass that. So a couple years ago, I created AfroAnimation with my business partner, Young Guru. And we just saw that this was a way to create unique experiences and really focus on the narrative. And, you know, of course, the metaverse or metaverses, however you choose to phrase it, these grew from that. You know, how can experiences really be impactful and what does each person really want to take from it? So that's been our focus and that's where we found great success. So yeah, thank you guys for having me. I'm happy to be here.
I love that. I love that. Marcus?
Hey, how you doing? My business, Art Jones, is focused on art and technology. I actually have a background in engineering, and then I decided to follow my passion in art, and particularly fine art. And what interests me about fine art was the amount of wealth that is created in fine art that, you know, our community don't take advantage of. I mean, just to let you know, like the highest number of collectors of Black art are not us. And that's something that I want to change. I want to change that in the digital space. I want to change that in the physical space. And so the idea of my business is to bridge the gap between the digital and the physical, the technology. So when I got into the art industry, I had a little gallery in the fifth district of Paris, France. That's where I live, Paris.
Y'all love that.
And, you know, I decided I didn't want to be confined to 4 walls. So I said, let me look for, you know, something virtual. And this is before virtual galleries exploded. And I ended up finding some partners and we developed this virtual gallery. So fast forward to 2020, when the pandemic happened and this explosion of NFTs. And I said, well, okay, this is really interesting. How do I want to be a part of this market space? And I decided to go with designing spaces specifically for NFTs. So my partners and I designed this online museum called itsaroundus.art. Try to check it out when you get a chance. And so in the metaverse space, I want to expand this museum into the metaverse and make it this interactive space where not only can people display their artwork, but they can learn history. They can learn history about our people in Africa. Like I'm so lucky that, you know, African artists seem to find me all the time,
yes.
You know, on Instagram. And so I'm always having conversations with them about their cultures and their language. And I mean, just to throw something out there again, it's like Cameroon has over 200 languages.
Wow.
200.
Wow.
If you look at all the languages in the Africa diaspora, the number of languages are incredible. So the culture there is so rich. And how do we capture that? How can Black Americans hear and see their stories? Well, you know, NFTs, metaverse, that's the space, that's the connector. That's how all of us can be one. And so hopefully with all of us together, the people that are listening, we can kind of, you know, create that parallel universe.
I like that. I like that. Robert Frederick, we'll have you do it, and Richardson, you can bring us on home.
So I'm probably the OG on this panel when it comes to metaverses because I've been dealing with metaverses since 1995. That's how far back I go. Just really quick and easy, just in case anybody I know is in the crowd, I did say 95. So I'm from Atlanta. Shout out to everybody in Atlanta. But ultimately, I'm living in Seattle right now. I went to MIT, and if anybody here knows what the MIT Media Lab is, I actually was in the MIT Media Lab. I worked with their interactive cinema department in '93. I'm a published author. I've done all the way things to Victor, as I told you, even comics as well, graphic art, graphic novels. I came to this particular meeting almost like the name of my company is Circle, by the way, because this is what I started out doing back then. I ran into some people after doing interactive cinema, immersive cinema, that type of thing. The things that Netflix is sort of playing around with right now, where you choose your own adventure and those types of things. Back then, bring it online. Did Rotterdam Film Festival, had a cover of American Cinematography or Cinematographer from one of our projects at the MIT Media Lab. And then everything else up until about a couple years ago has been all tech. So people know me as one of the technical founders of Amazon Web Services. Believe it or not, one of us actually was there making it happen. And the other aspect, 40-something patents to my name, I think 42 at this point in time, voice recognition, Bluetooth, before it was even called Bluetooth, working on that, Amazon Web Services, I can go on and on and on, right? And then social networking. And the way that I come into this is because I met someone in '95 who had a company that was all about metaverses. It was called Worlds Inc. And we basically have hit it off. And ever since then, I've been trying to figure out ways to connect the things that I'm doing through other technologies, the things that I advise for some of our customers from Circle. And it turns out that a few years back, once NFTs started happening, I will say not really the NFT part was what was the big game changer, because this has been attempted multiple times, as Rob said, and I will confirm, it's about the smart contract. It's about getting those particular artists. It's about getting recognition and having a percentage of anything that is basically traded. I'm expecting that people are going to go from sneakerheads in the hood, you know what I mean, and in various parts of the world, to basically NFT heads, people trading cards to trading digital files, basically, from someone like Nas, I'm a huge fan of, has NFTs for his album. And then, like I mentioned earlier, if there are brainwaves that go along with it, some people will basically buy that too. And my most recent collaboration in the NFT space and metaverse space, I'm actually bringing Deepak Chopra into the metaverse, and that will be. We just did a press release on that. If anyone wants to take a look at that. But when it comes to this particular conference, I have deep experience when it comes to metaverses, what has succeeded, what hasn't succeeded, how to drive engagement, what to do, as Shay said earlier. Once they have an NFT, we want to incorporate that into multiple metaverses and actually allow people to do ticketing, eventing, galleries, like Marquise said. One of the top African American artists, passed away, but his family is now talking with me. So Marcus, we're going to be talking soon about this, because his artwork is up in almost every museum of note. And so get ready for one heck of a amazing experience for that coming, all the way to the immersive experiences that you hear about for Van Gogh, Dali. I mean, why can't we do it for our own, you know?
Right. Absolutely.
But ultimately, very soon, and I'll hand it off so it doesn't keep going. I am a futurist. I believe in this future. I'm also a CEO and a capitalist, and I want to basically federate and share, revenue with as many people as possible. So if there's anybody out in the crowd listening, if you're an artist, if you do 3D graphics, if you have an idea for even a film that you want to basically show off, and just know that those films can actually be played in a metaverse. And there could be ticketing events associated with it. Reach out to me, please. I'm so honored to basically be invited, because I'm also representing here today, ways to get people distributed as well.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Mr. Richardson.
Well, thank you. It's really hard to follow that up, man. Really, really impressive, brother. So I'm Rob Richardson. My background is I have electrical engineering background, and I also went to law school. And a lot of my career really I was focused a lot on public service and really figuring out how do we solve some of the problems we have in terms of inequality. And a lot of my focus was on public policy. So I ran for public office. Long story bearable. Got 2 million votes, but didn't win. I'm in Ohio. Kind of speaks for itself. But it's so I pivoted and wanted to figure out a way. Well, how can I have an impact and continue doing things that can have my voice out there and really help make change? And so I started a company, Disruption Now Media. We focused on interactive events and podcasts that really focused on Black and brown folks in tech and in the creative industry. Through that process and through events, I learned about what was introduced to me as crypto art, which we're talking about as NFTs, which I think is a little different from metaverse. I know we talk about metaverse, and I love the metaverse. I do think we have some steps to get adoption to the metaverse, but I love the metaverse, and I believe it's going to be integral into where we're going. But I am very much a futurist as well, and the future is happening right now in real time. And I really I feel very passionate when I learned about what was going on, that we have to, not only be involved as creators, which some of us are, but we have to own distribution and platform companies. So Disrupt Art we're a full scale NFT marketplace specifically focused on fashion, film, and music, and also using utility, real world value to make sure that brands and artists can directly connect with their fans and their collectors without the others that kind of get in the way without the other kind of interference of constructs that get in the way. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute. But there's so much opportunity for wealth building going on right now. And we've had in all our lifetimes, we've seen like the greatest moments of opportunity ever happen. Right. So the .com era was that era at the beginning. And I didn't participate in that because I was right when I was getting done with college, and I just didn't get in that stage. And then I would call it the internet 2.0. That was kind of an opportunity, but not the same as the .com, because really web 2.0 was really set up by the .com era. So all those who started in the .com era did very well in terms of, I'm talking about transition, right? This is an opportunity for us to get in at the stage of where .com was, but even at a larger scale. And so creating Disrupt Art and being very intentional about creating a decentralized multimedia company that can empower us. I felt very strongly that needed to happen, because even in this quote unquote decentralized economy, there's a whole bunch of centralized organizing going on. Make no mistake, right? People are working behind the scene, organizing, and there's going to be some consolidation. And I don't know if we're going to get complete decentralization, but I can tell you this right now. If you're building right now, and those who are listening, if you're interested, don't wait. Now is the time to start building. Now is the time to start learning. Now is the time, because everybody that was involved in the .com era, even if their business didn't become, Amazon, everybody that was involved is doing very, very well. So you now have the opportunity now to be the innovators, to be the pioneers. And I want to make sure that as many people as possible understood what was going on, and that we control the narrative as much as possible. And there's never been a better tool than Web3 than NFTs ever in history. Because I'm not a believer in that. Like, nobody's coming to save us. Like I know we're into superheroes here, right?
Quite true. Quite true.
We got Black Panther. We got Iron Man, Hulk. Like that's all for the comic books. And nobody's coming. We have to save ourselves. And I can tell you that Web3 provides the best opportunity for creating economies and creating more opportunities and getting returns in a way that you can't get in the quote unquote traditional world. So our platform is focused on fashion, film, and music, helping creators have more power. So when you think about musicians and all the money that's taken from them, not only in streaming right now, for you to get if you have 1 million streams as a musician, you know how much money you get back? You get back $4,000 for 1 million streams.
That's wild.
Right?
That's wild.
Right? So there has to be other ways for them to make money. And then if they go perform, then you have others that get in the way. You have to go through one source, which is Live Nation. They take away, they get 2/3 of the money for your performance, and you have to go through them. We can disrupt that with Web3, and that's where we're creating the tools, as he said, for ticketing, for direct interaction. Film directors shouldn't have to get the blessings of Netflix, Hulu.
Wait. Before we get into that, though, one, I don't want to go too far on that one.
Yes. So we have the power for crowdfunding behind this to build money, to build crowdfunding. And then when you go to Netflix, you go to Hulu, if you want to go through that, and I think that's still going to be relevant. You have more power, so you don't have to give away all your intellectual property.
Very true. Very true. Here's a question from the audience, because we definitely want to get them involved in this conversation. For aspiring and emerging artists looking to get into NFTs, what are some of the tips and suggestions to get into this space? And I want to caveat that one to make sure that there's a way to curate the actual use of these things, that it's not just a matter of the supposed money, but actual creation that has vested interest. Is there a tip that you guys want to start off with? And I'm going to ask, just so we can keep it moving, that we can kind of throw something out there, and if you can build on it, but just a quick, tip that you would suggest for that.
Absolutely. I'll start. One, think about the user experience, the utility. You look at NFTs, and there's a lot of crypto art, and it's great, and there's a value to it. But to build true value and to get one of these, Bored Ape Yacht Clubs or one of these huge things, you want to make sure there's utility. What is the person going to ultimately get after, besides just making their avatar? What are you going to be able to do with it? Is it going to give me a key to this party? Is it going to give me a discount on this shirt I want? Is it going to give me exclusive access? These are things that people really gravitate towards and should definitely be thought of. And just on top of that, make sure you understand that just because you make an NFT doesn't mean you're going to get residuals off it. These things have to be written into the smart contracts. These things have to be discussed, because there's a lot of people who will say, oh, you assume you get this? Well, you don't, and then it gets sold for $1 billion and you don't get any additional income off it. So understand the legalities of it and make sure this utility would be my drop.
I love the utility aspect of that. Yeah. That's brilliant. Do you warn against people? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me jump in too. Like, it first starts with the art. Like, the art needs to be good, and people need to resonate with the art before anything else. That's the number one thing, is the art. Like, the first advice I will tell you is not to do something for the money. Do it for the passion. Like, do it because you love your craft and you want to put out the best possible work out there for people to enjoy and to have an experience with. The minute you try to do it for the money, it's cut.
Yeah,
people will know.
Yeah, I would say very, 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 very quickly, I believe in utility. Our marketplace platform, and we have custom solutions built for utility. I think utility is in other words, real world value attaching to your NFT is very, very important. And then you need to think about 3 other things: the ownership, because there's only 4 things that make it valuable: utility, ownership history. Does somebody uniquely within your group own it? Michael Jordan, I'll throw that out there. Oprah Winfrey. That's obviously going to raise the value just like it would in any other physical piece of art. If it's rare in some way, what is your rarity? How are you making sure certain aspects are rare? What type of art do you want to do? Is it going to be a generative art piece? You said the Bored Ape Yacht Club. That's when you have the bigger pieces, 5,000s. Are you going to be a one of one? Are you going to be whatever? There's no, how are you going to enter this? If you're a film director, you need to think about this in the most creative way, and then think about how you're going to continually add value to it. And then finally, if it's the first of its kind. So if you can do something that hasn't been done, and there's a lot of stuff that still hasn't been done in this NFT space, that increases the likelihood of your value. But long story bearable, definitely learn by doing. Start small, learn, go into some communities, ask questions, and then start small with a project that you can learn from and then build from there.
I appreciate that.
And I'll say one really fast thing. Everyone's saying the art. I always try to change it slightly. And there's art, and then there's the experience of the art, right? And when you're talking about metaverse, it's not just the art, it's how are people going to see it from every angle? How are, like, we actually have this concept of a 4D NFT, you know what I mean? Where you stand in front of it, you view it, and then you step into it. And what is that experience going to be, both visually and like with your auditory experience? You know what I mean? When you're inside the art itself, think about it that way. If you are going to create something, just to riff off of what Rob just said, create something that hasn't been done before, and watch people flood towards you accordingly.
I love that. I love that. Miss Nia, we have a piece when it comes to NFTs, and obviously you've got the NFT AtlantaCon coming up, where there's a negativity that's been associated with NFTs, and I was hoping that you could speak on that, both in the sense of the climate control aspects of it that a lot of scientists have been concerned about with the energy production of it, and on the social level, there was the semi-recent showcase of slaves within the NFT market. And I would love to get your thoughts on that one.
So I think the response to the climate issue has more to do with the mining of Ether or Bitcoin. The crypto mining is the climate concern. There are blockchains that have been developed and are being developed that are not as energy, they're not draining energy. They're not, they're completely opposite to the Ether or to the Bitcoin blockchain. So I think that putting that aside and understanding that there's an evolution, and with any evolution, there's change. And so that was the genesis. And now we're kind of further down the road, and there will still be other technologies that will be developed that I'm sure will be reducing a carbon footprint. In terms of the meta slaves, I mean, I loved what Shay had to say about it's very dangerous out there, and people are assuming that this is a safe space to wonder. I think that as people of African descent, we have to be very mindful and be very vigilant about what's going on in this metaverse. When a meta slave auction can be held on the biggest marketplace, we need to be very concerned not only about the fact that that was created because the conversation went back to, oh, it's code. Well, code has to be created, right? It just doesn't pop up and occur. So code was created, and the result was these meta slaves, which resembled people of African descent 100%, and then was allowed to be placed in this marketplace. Nobody questioned the marketplace's ability to put it there and pretend to look in the other direction, which leads itself to say, okay, if there's a meta slave auction, there means that there's a meta plantation somewhere, and we have to, I think, again, really be concerned about what's going on in this metaverse and being very vigilant about being vocal about what's allowable and what's not, and not giving a pass to individuals who say, oh, I didn't recognize it was offensive. How could you live on this earth and not recognize that slavery is offensive in any manner? And a slave auction of human beings that happen to resemble us and our ancestors, how could that not be offensive and allowable? And you are able to continue. So yeah, I feel I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about the fact that we need to keep watch. We need to have watchdogs in the metaverse the same way we have watchdogs in communities. And I think that, you know, one of the things that we haven't talked about with the smart contract, which, you know, I wanted to say to artists earlier, is one of the benefits of this technology is the authenticity, and part of that is storytelling. And it's creating the story of authenticity that supports, so that later down the line, that Marcus Harden won't be blonde-haired and blue-eyed because he created something different and he lived in, you know, the fifth arrondissement of Paris. Yeah. So, you know, it is the power of this that, you know, far exceeds a piece of art. It's more than a piece of art. It's the story. What vertical? Where's your point of entry? And we all have something to say. So the art is valuable if art is your vertical. But if it's not your vertical, if it's filmmaking, you know, make that film the best film and put it out there, because now you have no gatekeepers.
Absolutely.
You are, you know, so you're telling a story as an author. You know, I mean, this is our ability to tell our stories.
I love that. I love that.
Unhomogenized.
No, that's so important. And I kind of want to throw in an aside on the auction piece, that in a way I do feel like it was a convenient way for people to out themselves with their interests of subjugating us in visualizations like that. So thank y'all for showing who you really were, because we see you now. Shay, absolutely. Shay, do you mind sharing some of the things that you see that make a successful marketing campaign in the metaverse space, and how is it different from traditional marketing efforts? Oh, you're still muted. Nope, we still got you muted.
Okay,
oh,
sorry about that. Okay, so we've seen a lot going on, concerts in the metaverse, in the fashion industry, but I definitely want to take note that the fashion industry has really done a remarkable job on marketing in the metaverse. And what they've done, and what my company does too, is they've really merged together real world marketing with this meta marketing. And that's what really needs to come together. And when you market in the metaverse, you really have to have people understand that there is no limitation to what can happen in the metaverse. You know, we're bringing something new and fresh and exciting. So when they did all the new fashion lines in the metaverse, the key to hooking people in or seeing these new skins, or, you know, these new clothes for these avatars, this was something, you know, beyond what we've seen before. And all industries are really going to have to entice people about thinking outside of the box, Victor. That's really what the metaverse does. It is created to enhance the real world, not to replace the real world. And so when I saw that marketing campaign, you know, I got it. I loved it. I mean, I was invited to all these events. I knew everything that was going on. Again, this is in the real world. And when I was in the metaverse, you know, there were lots of billboards saying, you know, don't forget, you know, this fashion show tonight, this fashion show the next night. So it really did work harmoniously, again, with the real world interest in taking it and the leap into excitement. And so that's what you really need to see to get people from the real world into the metaverse. But also keep in mind, things in the metaverse really need to be fresh. It needs to be safe and exciting, you know, because things can get ugly, as Nia said, really fast. And we don't want that, you know, and we don't want people promoting that in there. So if you really do marry those two in marketing and branding, I think you will see people, you know, very much excited. We need more than just concerts in there. There needs to be more learning experiences. One example, I know they are literally building the Brazilian rainforest there. There are so many people who have not had the opportunity to see that. And soon they will be marketing this experience in the metaverse. You know, this is something, just promoting excitement, safety, excitement, and learning, and putting your passion behind it and connecting with people. That's going to be the best campaigns that we'll see in the metaverse. I'm telling you, that is what's going to connect all of us. And as Marcus said, the metaverse is about unity and connecting everyone from all over, not just your region here and your region there. It's really about the connectivity. So once you have a campaign that connects on a larger scope, it's endless on the amount of people who will really walk with you into this new world.
I love that. That
Can
is
I
wonderful.
add to what Shay is saying just for a second?
Yeah.
as someone who has been working on stuff since flip phones, right, trying to make things happen, I want to talk about the actual concept of how people will experience it.
Okay.
And how, like, what type of devices people are basically going to be using it, because there's this belief that I can't really participate in this particular space until people have headsets. Everybody's wearing a headset. You tell that to someone in different parts of the diaspora who can't get their hands on a headset or couldn't afford it.
Right.
You're basically isolating people and pushing them outside of participating in this particular new form of technology and experiences. What I'm here to say is, if you have a computer, if you have the right type of technology, if you have the right idea, if you have the ability to create art, as Marquise and Rob and Adrian have said, if you can just create, if you're a creator, there are those of us out here who will take whatever you have and make it possible to get out to as many people as possible. I have been combating this belief system around, headsets only, to anything with a screen. You know what I mean? Anything with a screen will work.
So it's
As long
super
as you can
accessible.
actually, as long as you can get that out there, and if you can create something that can work on any screen, you will have an audience. Please, I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm here to basically say, if you're an artist, if you do 2D animate, like 2D artwork, animation, if you're a 3D designer, if you're a futurist, if you just have an idea, of something
Explore
that
what can be done.
be digital, you can participate. Please participate. Don't let other people tell you that you can't, or believe that, oh, that's going to be 5 years from now. Right now is when things are happening. And if you don't get in on it now, you're going to be 5 years behind.
Appreciate that.
And
Adrian?
just to piggyback, because it's so profound what's being said, and I this has been our approach for a long time. People consume things differently. How do you make something exciting? Make it accessible through all mediums. Make it accessible through 2D, through AR, through VR. The true hybrid or transmedia approach is you're letting people pick the way they consume.
Right.
Now you're bringing everybody in. Now it's exciting. Now you've really boosted the narrative, and that's all that matters. And you hear me every talk, I say narrative, but that's it. Everything's the narrative. How do you want to consume this narrative? How are you going to relate to this? And then it becomes, equitable, and people have equal access, because they're not just dependent on, headsets, which they may or may not be able to afford. So I love that point, because it needs to be driven home. Thank you, Robert, for saying that.
That's
and
amazing.
Shay, as well as Marcus. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, Adrian, what's one of the projects that you are most proud of that you've been a part of?
Oh man, so it's I'll try to make it quick. So one of the ones we did was we did a show with Rhapsody in alt space, and the reason that this was so beautiful was initially we're doing it for CES, and I did this whole spaced out thing, and I had poker chips, and it was great. So then I showed it to Rap, and Rap's like, "Oh, that's cool." I'm like, "What you mean it's cool?"
That's more than cool, man. Give me some.
What do you mean? And she's like, "I'm not really into sci-fi." So then it's like, "What are you into?" And she's like, well, I like a Brooklyn block party with graffiti and this, that, and the third. And then we built that. So now her fans have a chance to party inside her head. You're being able to create an experience without any raw materials, because there are no limits. To Shay's point, there's no limits anymore. So now you're able to give them a truly immersive experience, and it went over it was phenomenal, and everybody was talking about it, and that opens up to, what do other artists want? What could artists not be limited in their concert experience? What could they not be limited to, and say, hey, look, the label says you have 500,000 to do this. No, let's say, what if you had 500 billion? What would you do? What face melting experience could you do? And that's so exciting to me, because now I can really push the narrative again, in ways that, aren't typically available through most mediums. So that that just like it blew the roof off, and now we're doing holograms and everything else because there are no limits.
Of course,
there really aren't. So
I love that. I love that.
Short story long.
That's that's a wonderful one. I want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to say where folks can find you on social media. So Nia, if we can start with you, if you could let us know where we can find you, because there's a lot of questions, and I want people to be able to contact you guys directly to continue the conversation.
So we're at Melanated Studios on all platforms. Discord channel. Hashtag 1633 at Melanated Studios, and then at NFT Atlanta Con, NFT Atlanta.
And that's a virtual event, correct?
No, it's in real life. It's it's in real life, May 24th to 26th. Shay is one of our speakers, and Rob, so you can hear more from them in real life. I think Adrian, today you became one, if I'm not mistaken. So it's we're really excited about it. It literally is to do everything we talked about here. It's to show innovators, subject matter experts, visionaries, thought leaders, to show that we are not just the talent or the help, but we are actually moving and creating the space.
Very well said. Very well said. Shay, what about you?
People can find me at www.futurewisegroup.com. My business partner and I. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm heavily on LinkedIn, actually. I am not on Facebook. I'm so sorry. I actually am not big on social media, except for I'm on Instagram rarely, but really LinkedIn, because that's where my business associates are. So if you're looking for me, Shay Richburg there, and I look forward and welcome to working with a lot of you. And it was wonderful in speaking with you all today.
Thank you so much. Marcus?
Unmute myself. You guys can find me on Instagram, Artgense, ARTGENCE, ARTGENCE. I really celebrate Black artists on my Instagram profile. I look at my DMs on a daily basis. So if you have any questions, please reach out to me. But I want to leave you with this. Young artists, build your team. Build your team now. Get people on your team that on subject matters that you don't know about. A writer, if you're an animator, get a writer. If you're a writer, get an animator. If you're a programmer, get a UX UI designer. If you need music, find someone that's producing music and tracks and all that stuff. Build your team. That's what we do as older guys. So that's the one thing I want to leave with you guys. And also, that's part of your community building, for your NFT projects. When you have 10 people on your team, and that 10 people know another 10 people, and that 10 people know another 10 people, then you've grown your community. So keep that in mind when you're putting these things together. Don't feel like you can do it all yourself, because you can't. And so try to find people smarter than you to join your team, and grind. It's a grind. So that's it.
I love that. I love it. Marcus, do me a favor, pick up the microphone that you're using and then drop it, because that was epic. Sincerely. Yeah, that was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Victor, you're stealing my line.
I'm sorry, Robert. Look, we was in the same vibe.
All I was going to say, at least for me, the best way to get in touch with me is through LinkedIn. So go look up my name, Robert Frederick, as it's spelled on the screen right now, and look at the company. I'm not very good at spelling, so I do Circle, SIRQUL.com. We're an accelerator. I'll actually say we're a metaverse accelerator. We actually are coming out with a product called UR3D, as in the letter U, R, 3D.world. If you see that one coming up, is not using Unity or Unreal.
Okay.
It's actually using our own engine.
Nice.
We're talking about something that is, ready to compete. I'm telling you, I'm an OG. We're coming.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
And one of the cool things here is, please reach out to me. I don't care if you are, I've already had 2 or 3 people reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm sending messages back and forth to them now. Come to my website, go to ur3d.world, go to circle.com. You'll see all sorts of things that don't match. Game development, 3D development, IoT. We're doing actual true digital twins. That's why I wanted to talk to Marcus, right?
All the things.
True digital. We're talking foot by foot, inch by inch digital twins for spaces so that people can interact both in the physical world and in the digital world, in the metaverses of choice. Wow. And so again, please reach out to me if you have an idea. I'm so open to basically talking to people, and I'm coming down to Atlanta. I'm going to find each and every one of you, and we're going to have lunch and dinner and build. Because
the community is built right before us.
Is let's just build and make this our own. You know what I mean?
I love that. I love that.
It's almost the FUBU thing all over again, right?
But it'll last a little longer. It'll last a little bit longer.
My age, right?
Yeah, there you go. Adrian, what about you? Where can we find you?
Yeah, on sorry, I'm still laughing, FUBU. Yeah, so Collimation TV. So it's just COLLIMATION TV on all platforms. Reach out on LinkedIn, Adrian Rashad Driscoll. I got like 30 requests right now, so I'll get to you guys, I promise. And then if you just want to keep up with my everyday life and all the shenanigans I get into on Instagram, it's Driscool. It's DRISCOOL. That's it.
Nice. Rob, bring us on home.
You can go to disrupt.art. I first want to connect with everybody on this panel. It's amazing being around so much Black excellence and building in this space. So I see a lot of points for us to intersect and align, because our platform allows you to. We have our own IPFS system, and all you on the panel know what that means. So then we can mint movies on our actual platform, and you can mint on chain, like metaverse ready type of content. So you guys are ready I'd love to have a conversation. And then for those in the audience, disrupt.art on all socials, on LinkedIn, you can look up Rob Richardson Jr. And I'll just leave you with this, like, Blockbuster thought the future was going to be in these physical movies being collected, and they had a chance to own Netflix. Netflix approached
passed on it.
They did, right? But they're like, nah, we don't think people are going to get that. And Blockbuster's out of business, and Netflix is obviously a multi-billion-dollar business. So creators, all you listening, be Netflix. Do not allow yourself to be intimidated to say you can't understand this tech. This tech is not, you don't need to understand all the tech. Most people don't understand the technology behind email. You just know that you send information and it gets to that person. All you need to know is that this is an avenue for you to take art, to take events, anything with data and events and interactions. You can make a name for yourself and have an opportunity in the space, but don't be intimidated. Don't say you can't learn. Don't say you're not technical, because those are like fear blocks or things that have been said to us to keep us in our space.
Absolutely.
Don't allow anybody to be in your space. Define yourself for yourself, by yourself. Get into the space and build. You can do it. Don't allow yourself to be intimidated.
That's the message, y'all. Rise up. I'm going to pass this off to Rio, but before we go, thank you all for joining us. This has been amazing. I appreciate all of your expertise and talent. And Rio's here. Hello.
Guys, this was amazing. And ladies, and clearly next year we need 2 hours for this panel.
Right.
Rob Richardson, I see you. I mean, you were dropping knowledge where I was like, this guy needs, a lecture hall. And, Robert Frederick. Talk about the OG. Like, I feel smarter already. Actually, I don't. I feel so much dumber, but I'm excited about what's possible here. So I love that everybody has just dropped their own knowledge. Marcus, I don't even know if we recognize that you are in Europe. You're in Paris, France. So doing your thing. And so we love that you took some time for us. I think it's probably dinner time for you now. Or bedtime, I'm not sure. And then I just have to throw a shout out to the ladies, Shay and Nia. Thank you, because oftentimes when the future comes and it comes crashing towards us, we don't see a lot of females. And so I love that you guys are at the forefront, and I love that these brothers are supporting you. And I think that there's going to be a powerful alliance here. Victor, the original comic book guy and fan, you were the right moderator, because
Thank you.
NFTs are fan based. They can be. They're exciting. They're collectible. So everything we were all talking about is phenomenal. So thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and remove you from the stage if you don't mind. And I just have a couple of housekeeping notes for folks. It is now 1 o'clock Pacific time and 4 p.m. Eastern, and we've had some amazing programming today. And what I'd love to do now is direct everybody to the left of your screen, that way or that way, I'm not sure, and you'll see sessions and you'll see the expo. There are amazing people who have put together some great programming in the expo, not only the major studio sponsors that we mentioned earlier, but we've got not only a session by Sony ImageWorks. If you click on the session there, they'll be talking about working in this industry and being diverse perspectives of working in animation. And then we have Maxis as an exhibitor sponsor. Please click on their booth and go in and check them out. Mainframe, they loaned us 2 people. We heard from Greg Little earlier today, and we'll hear from Tanya Green and from their preschool team tomorrow. And so please check out their booth. And then of course, Kickstarter, we have a whole panel dedicated to funding your independent project tomorrow. So Kickstarter is going to be there. We've got some representatives there. But again, please check out all the booths to the left of your screen. If you just hit Expo, there's amazing content there. But now I really want to direct you to the sessions. Disney TV Animation brought it for us again. They joined us last year with our, industry vet, Jay Francis, but he's now introduced us to the Proud family. And again, we heard from the Craig with the Creek people earlier. The Proud family is an original IP that has been with the Disney company for years, and now it's an animated series. And so we're going to meet Bruce Smith, the creator. We're going to meet some of his team, and they have a phenomenal presentation to share with you. Like we said, Sony Pictures ImageWorks out of Canada, they have a phenomenal panel in the sessions called The Influence of Diverse Perspectives at Sony Pictures ImageWorks. So you see these companies, these big major companies, they're addressing diversity head on. We asked for this, and now we're getting it. And then we have our friends in the Latinx community, and we're so grateful that they're a partner this year. They're going to talk about freelancing and animation as an international artist. We have people from all over the world already. We have folks from the UK here. We have folks from Paris, folks from African countries, including Ghana, Nigeria, Lagos, South Africa. So the freelancing and animation as an international artist, please join the Latinx folks in the sessions. And then finally, our old friend, it's not that old, Sonia Carey is going to be in a session introducing you to some of the 2D animation pipeline tools for all the aspiring artists who are saying, I don't have tools, I don't have money, I really want to jump into this industry, but I don't know where to go. Head to that session right now. But in the meantime, I want to thank all of our sponsors, Sony ImageWorks, Maxis, Mainframe, Kickstarter. Please check them out in their expos. I want to thank the major studios who have stepped up and sharing with us not only their content, but their people. So all the Disney studios, Lucasfilm, Industrial Light Magic, Marvel, Pixar, Warner Brothers, thank you. The Craig of the Creek panel was phenomenal. I know I'm forgetting some folks. Sony Pictures Animation, DreamWorks Animation, the Copeland brothers, phenomenal guys. And we love seeing people who look like them and the stories that they bring to this industry. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and thank everybody for a wonderful day. The next hour belongs all to the session. So go to the left of your screen, hit sessions, check out the Proud family, check out Sony Pictures ImageWorks, Latinx, check out the 2D pipeline. And then in an hour from now at 5 o'clock, there'll be more networking and recruiting in the booths. I was finding it very hard to get into line for some of those booths in the earlier session. So hopefully there'll be more information and more opportunities at 5. Okay, thank you everybody, and we'll see you in the sessions.